My memory is fine. My memory, take a look at what I've done since I've become president.
President Joe Biden insisting he's the most qualified candidate for president. How a special counsel's report is raising concerns over his age and memory.
It was my colleague who asked about the tax lien that was on your property. You said that it had been taken care of, but that was a lie.
Yeah.
Why did you lie to the public?
Baltimore City Council President Nick Mosby sits down for an exclusive interview with Fox 45 News. Why he feels the public should still trust him.
Temperatures not as cold as we have been the last couple of mornings. We'll talk about warmer numbers for the afternoon and what we can expect for the weekend.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good Friday morning to you. It is February 9th, and it's going to be a good weekend ahead of us. Let's go ahead and get off with your forecast here. Meteorologist Justin Chambers with a look at how our Friday is beginning.
Yeah, not too bad right now, Taylor. We're talking about some clouds that have rolled in overnight, even a few showers that are starting in parts of western Maryland. And I don't think really those are going to make it here. But you can see on our Towson cam right now, everything is nice and calm, cool, and collected. And our temperatures in the upper 30s. These are opposed to the upper 20s that we've seen the last couple of mornings. 39 Cockeysville, Towson. You'll still need a jacket when you make your way out. 38 Baltimore City, right at 40 in Brooklyn Park. So overall, your morning drive, we're going to keep those temperatures in the upper 30s and lower 40s as you get out and about on your Friday. And we should top out today in the upper 50s, some even to the lower 60s for this afternoon. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
All right, let's go ahead and check your Lens Solar traffic network. No major incidents or accidents to report at this time. Just a few lane closures due to construction, which could cause some delays as you get out on the roads this morning. Those closures are at I-95 south at the Fort McHenry Tunnel. We're also tracking another closure in Baltimore City at 895 at the Harbor Tunnel. The last one is at 95 south between Rosedale and Pulaski Highway.
My memory is fine. My memory, take a look at what I've done since I've become president. None of you thought I could pass any of the things I got passed. I did not share classified information. I did not share it.
With your ghostwriter?
With my ghostwriter, I did not. Guarantee you did not.
Developing news this morning from our nation's capital. President Biden defending his age and memory after a special counsel report on classified documents found in Biden's home and office. That report echoes concerns about the president's mental fitness and claims his memory was significantly limited during interviews. In just about 30 minutes, we'll take a closer look at those documents from our live center. Also developing this morning here at home, Baltimore City leaders are doubling down on the controversial group violence reduction strategy. The city launched GVRS 2 years ago in the Western District. Now the program targets those at risk of committing crime or becoming victims of crime. The mayor and the program's director defended the program, claiming GVRS is responsible for reducing homicides in the Western District by 25% in its first 18 months. But by the end of last year, the Western District had become the deadliest district in the city, leading all other districts with 41 homicides. While the mayor insists GVRS is not to blame, some community leaders disagree.
We did redistricting, right? So halfway through the year, parts of the district were added in that weren't parts in the district the week before, and that crime came with that. But when you look at the historical context and the historical nature of crime in the Western District, and not just said by me, but as verified through critical academic partners, we know that this strategy works.
You're trying to put a responsibility on redistricting as to why we were to increase. Well, who is to blame? Who do we blame that you redistrict and our homicides went up?
Well, Shannon Lilly will be live in about 30 minutes with the latest on the city's plans for the Eastern District. Fox 45 News obtained surveillance video of a deadly double shooting in northeast Baltimore. Take a look at this video. It shows several people standing outside of a 7-Eleven on Bel Air Road. A man in a hood is seen turning toward the parking lot and pulling a gun from his waistband. Police say he then fired at a man in a parking lot and the crowd ran. The shooting happened just half a mile from the Bel-Air Edison Safe Streets location. The two victims were a 32-year-old and a 40-year-old. Their names have not yet been released. In Howard County, 4 students are hurt after a school bus rolled over in Columbia. Police say those students are 2 boys and 2 girls between the ages of 11 and 14. They are expected to be okay. According to police, 19 Hammond Middle School students were on the bus when it rolled over. No one else, including the driver, was hurt. Parents say they found out about the accident through text messages from their kids. Some of those students crawling out of the back of the bus, even through hatches on the roof.
I was still kind of in panic mode. I will say that the first responders got there really fast because my daughter texted me right after she had crawled out of the bus.
It was complete shock, and I had gotten a picture from my daughter, and I saw the bus on its side, and my heart sank, and I thought, how can people be okay if the bus is on its side? That's insane.
The cause of the crash is still under investigation. New this morning, Baltimore City Council President Nick Mosby sitting down for a one-on-one with Fox 45 News. He's talking about his testimony in his former wife's city state attorney, Marilyn Mosby's federal trial. During his testimony in that trial, federal prosecutors allege Mosby
The afternoon and for the weekend. We'll take a closer look at that coming up.
Developing this morning, Fox 45 News can confirm that Baltimore County Police are investigating an alleged domestic assault involving Zay Flowers at his home in Owings Mill. Police say this happened before the AFC Championship game between the Ravens and the Kansas City Chiefs. The team's aware of these allegations at this point in time and sent us the following statement here. The statement from the Ravens spokesperson reads, quote, "We are aware of the report regarding Zay Flowers. We take these matters seriously and will have no further comment at this time." While Flowers has not been charged with the crime, keep in mind the Ravens have a zero-tolerance policy when it comes to domestic violence. We'll continue to follow any developments on this story as they come out.
Couple things interventional cardiologists want us to know as we continue Go Red for Women during this American Heart Association's Heart Month. I'm Liz Bonus. We share them just ahead.
But first,
I'm Jan Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, the Pentagon shuts down a diversity initiative after an internal investigation. We dig into the details with our expert on wasteful government spending. This morning on the National Desk, America's News Now, weekday mornings.
you can watch the National Desk on our sister station, CW Baltimore, weekdays 6 to 9 a.m. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. A health watch for you this morning and a warning from cardiologists about how to save your own life. Medical reporter Liz Bonus explains a new survey shows many of us don't know what it takes to reduce cardiac risk.
Hey there, everybody. Hello to you. There are two things interventional cardiologists are asking us to remember this Go Red month, especially when it comes to reducing risk. The first, know a few numbers by heart.
Blood pressure should be no higher than 120/80. Total cholesterol should be less than 200. And blood sugar levels should be no higher than about 100 fasting. But a recent survey from Ohio State Wexner Medical Center found we don't know these numbers. The center provided this video. The survey found many adults still remember their childhood addresses or their parents' phone number, but fewer than 20% know their cholesterol or blood sugar levels. What's critical, cardiologists with Ohio's Tri-Health Heart and Vascular Institute say, is if there's a sudden change in any of these numbers or in how you feel that's outside the norm, it could be a sign of heart attack risk.
I think if there's any change in the way you feel and it's really affecting your life, the best thing to do is to talk to your doctor about it.
The second thing to know, Dr. Konstantin German says, is that it's very common to have heart attack symptoms misdiagnosed as mental health problems.
Very common, very common. Atrial fibrillation often gets confused for anxiety, and there's all of these issues that we kind of stumble upon backwards after people have been suffering for years at times.
It's also common, he says, that women present with very different symptoms of a heart event compared to men.
About 40% of women present with heart attacks very atypically, where it could range from anything from jaw pain to shoulder pain to nausea to, what really feels like heartburn.
Now, since heart events do happen in those that are younger, Dr. German says knowing your numbers and the less than usual symptoms critical at any age. With your health news, I'm Liz Bonus reporting.
We invite you to join us at the Be More Healthy Expo this Saturday. It's happening at the Baltimore Convention Center and is completely free. You can get a health screening. There'll be cooking demonstrations, dance demonstrations, and a chance to meet your favorite Fox 45 News personalities. Again, the Be More Healthy Expo runs this Saturday, February 10th from 10 to 4 p.m. A bright spot for you this morning. Local nonprofit Share Baby celebrated a major milestone. The company distributed its 10th million diaper while celebrating 10 years of helping the most vulnerable families right here in Baltimore. The executive director at Share Baby tells Fox 45 News that when the organization first started, volunteers were distributing much-needed baby items to families out of their own homes. She says it's exciting to see just how much the nonprofit's grown over the last decade. All right, let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. We were starting off in the 20s much of this week, but this morning, not so much.
Yeah, upper 30s is what we're seeing. Some 40s out there. Have some cloud cover rolling in. Even a few showers being picked up here in western Maryland at this time. This is our Towson cam, kind of zoomed in and showing you from afar what it looks like toward downtown Baltimore at this time. With those clouds hanging around, our temperatures have gone up. Upper 30s is where we are. Definitely still want to have a jacket before you step out here on your Friday morning. It is Friday after all. We are seeing a few of those light showers, but look at how they kind of dissipate right as they get toward Cumberland. So just that kind of light line of showers is about all we're seeing right now. Not going to make it here, but we definitely have that cloud cover and that warm air that is ahead of our next weather maker, which is a cold front coming in as we head toward the weekend. So in terms of our temperatures, we're going to see those numbers climb out of the 30s here and into the 40s by about 10 o'clock this morning. We'll be in the mid to upper 50s, and a lot of us will sneak into the lower 60s by the time we head into the afternoon. So high temps today across central Maryland, 50s and lower 60s. Those numbers well above average. We had the 50s yesterday, and today we're going to see a lot of those lower 60s. Harrisburg down to Baltimore to D.C., Richmond at 63, 62 in Cumberland. So across the state, we're seeing those numbers rise, and even warmer numbers on the way tomorrow. But notice how those numbers fall off as we head toward next week. Sunday still looks good, but notice Monday and Tuesday, those numbers are definitely a little bit colder as another weather maker rolls in and more February-like numbers return next week. This is our future scan. Overall, we've had those clouds that will be with us here this morning. Should see some breaks in the cloud cover for the afternoon and some pockets of sunshine here and there. there. As we head towards Saturday, this is tomorrow morning, about 8 and 9 o'clock in the morning before you head out to the Expo. We're seeing a few of those light showers, and just kind of know that those showers will be kind of hit and miss throughout the afternoon. Overall, we keep the clouds around. There's the cold front bringing in the cooler air by Sunday and Monday, and then we'll have a system that tracks to the south of us Sunday afternoon. So we'll keep the clouds around, but really not tracking much in the way of actual rain, as it should stay to the south, most of that moisture. And then as we get into Monday afternoon and Monday night, that's going to be another weather maker, and we've got some colder air that's trying to wrap around back on the back side of that. So some of that rain that'll be here Monday night into Tuesday morning could change over to snow, at least for some of us here in Maryland. So here's a look at our 7-day forecast. Our Expo weekend is here, so 60s for the next few days, as you can see, but those numbers will start to be cooler, and then we're drier next week after that system rolls out here by Wednesday and Thursday, drying out nicely. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Justin. Let's go ahead and check your Lens Solar Traffic Network. A live look around the Beltway. No major incidents or accidents to report. It is smooth sailing for you so far on this Friday morning. For a check of mass transit, here's Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning to you, Mark.
Well, good morning, Taylor. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find Penn Train 505 with a 5-minute delay. The other trains and lines of MARC look good for the commute start. Out there on light rail, on-time service in both directions, and Metro Subway, a good start. You'll find no delays between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
All right, thanks, Mark. A surprise Christmas visit turns deadly in Northwest Baltimore as a woman's ex-boyfriend pulls a gun on her current boyfriend. He's now on the run. The efforts to track him down on Maryland's Most Wanted just ahead. And hours of intense debate over Maryland Democrats' new juvenile crime proposal, the top concern sparking that debate. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Nearly turns deadly on Christmas Day, and an accused sexual predator is on the run. They've been captured, though. Alexa Ashwell has Maryland's Most Wanted.
Investigators say on Christmas, Isaac Abarca Diaz went to the home where his ex-wife and her new boyfriend were. The incident ending with shots fired and Abarca Diaz on the run.
December 25th, 2023, Northwest Baltimore. It's Christmas morning. A family is gathered inside of a home here on Bancroft Road in Northwest Baltimore's Glen community, when suddenly, according to investigators, a familiar face shows up. That familiar face identified as 39-year-old Isaac Abarca Diaz.
Diaz arrived to the home where his ex-wife and his ex-wife's boyfriend were.
Investigators say Abarca Diaz begins arguing with his ex-wife's new boyfriend. The argument quickly escalating.
The two men began arguing, then it turned physical down the stairwell.
According to investigators, the two men began wrestling in a backdoor stairwell. Abarca Diaz then pulling out a gun.
Diaz then pulls out a firearm, points it at the boyfriend of his ex-wife, and pulls the trigger 2 times.
I-34, I have a call coming off of Class of Help, 3905 Bancroft. It says they hear a female running on the block yelling for help.
Neighbors call 911 after hearing the gunshots and a woman's cry for help.
And now we're getting a call an assault in progress at 3911 Bancroft. All right, guys, it's turning into a discharge in 3911 Bancroft. Shots fired.
09, I'm en route.
Police respond.
The witnesses are saying there are gunshots in the basement.
And find the victim in the basement.
Miraculously, the male victim isn't hit.
The bolts missed him.
House was clear.
Abarca Diaz had already fled the scene. Police put out a bolo.
All right, guys, if y'all see a gray car that's involved a Hispanic male with black clothing on, there's a female was stating that the father has a gun.
Abarca Diaz on the run and armed.
Diaz does have a criminal history, and Diaz does have violent tendencies within his criminal history. Anybody who is going to brandish a firearm and pull that trigger towards a subject or a witness or a victim needs to be off the streets. We can't have somebody running around with a firearm who's willing to use it.
Take a good look. Abarca Diaz stands at about 5'2" and weighs approximately 130 pounds. Investigators do warn he is known to have violent tendencies. If you have any information regarding his whereabouts, you're asked to contact the U.S. Marshal Service, the tip line number 1-877-WANTED-2. Or you can contact agents directly at 202-819-5058. Update. A Baltimore man accused of forcing himself onto a woman as she slept has been captured. Last summer, Thomas Jones was featured on Maryland's Most Wanted. The fugitive was wanted for 3 sex offenses, including second-degree rape and assault charges for an incident that occurred back in April 2023. Investigators say police located Jones on West Lexington Street in West Baltimore and took him into custody. Jones is due in court next month. If you recognize any of our fugitives, remember you can always remain anonymous and you could earn a reward. I'm Alexa Ashwell, and this is Maryland's Most Wanted.
Frankly, when I was asked the question, I thought to myself, it wasn't any of their damn business.
Growing calls for President Biden to step down after alarming conclusions from a special counsel.
We are proposing a bill that is not based on any data, that is not based on any facts, that is not based upon any evidence.
Lawmakers here in Annapolis are debating a new juvenile crime plan. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll tell you about the arguments on both sides of the aisle.
Temps are not as cold this morning, and we're going to be warming up for the afternoon and into the weekend, but we are tracking some wet weather that's on the way.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
4:58 on this Friday morning, February 9th. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gilland, and we are heating up as we head into a weekend.
Yeah, we are. Meteorologist Justin Chambers has some great news for us.
Temperatures going to be back above average and continuing that trend as we get into the next couple of days. Overall, some cloud cover rolling in right now. You can see that from our Towson camera, Mile 1 Auto Group. Not too bad at this moment, and you can see our temperatures are in the mid to upper 30s, even some 40s still this hour. So on your weather story, looks like this. Not as cold this morning, warmer afternoon afternoon ahead. And we are tracking some showers tomorrow, and especially as we head into early next week as well. So Mr. Bo says we're good to go. Temperature staying in the 30s for the next few hours. Back with your full forecast coming up in just a few.
Let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network and a look around the Baltimore region. You can see some of the cameras that we have pulled up in your Lens Solar Traffic Network, and it looks like wide open roads for you. In Washington, some Republican lawmakers are banding together, calling to invoke the 25th Amendment.
Taylor Stewart in our live center now with more on why they say it is time for President Joe Biden to step down. Taylor.
That's right. A band of Republicans say Biden is not fit for office, and we'll explain why they want to invoke the 25th Amendment in just a second. But starting off here with a live look over Washington after the DOJ just released that report that found the president willfully retained classified documents. That searing report released Thursday details not only Biden's mishandling of classified documents following his time as vice president, but also raises serious concerns about his memory. You recall these photos released by the DOJ last year of what authorities say are classified military and national security documents found in the president's Delaware home.
These assertions are not only misleading, they're just plain wrong. My memory is fine.
Well, he focused on the fact that those charges were not filed against him, unlike former President Donald Trump, who's facing multiple criminal charges related to his handling of classified documents. Republicans were quick to react.
The special counsel's observation was pretty stunning. It's unnerving that the world can see this.
And that is why some Republicans are, quote, exploring the option of invoking the 25th Amendment. It's a procedure for replacing the president in the event of death, resignation, or incapacitation. In this case, Republican lawmakers argue the reason is the president's failing memory. According to the latest NBC News poll, 3/4 of voters say they do have some concerns about President Biden's mental and physical health. That does include half of all Democrats. From the Live Center, I'm Taylor Stewart. Back to you, Megan.
All right, Taylor, thank you. We are following two big stories in the crime fight in Baltimore City and across the state.
Baltimore City leaders have their eyes on expanding the Group Violence Reduction Strategy, or GVRS, despite criticism over the program's effectiveness.
And in Annapolis, hours of intense debate over Democrats' new juvenile crime proposal.
This morning, we have live team coverage looking into the questions surrounding both crime proposals.
That's right. In just a few minutes, Shannon Lilly will be joining us live with the ongoing debate surrounding GVRS in Baltimore.
We begin with Olivia Dan. She's joining us live this morning with more on the heated discussion that's happening in Annapolis. Olivia.
Yeah, good morning, Tom. State Democrats' new juvenile crime plan is now up for debate right here in Annapolis. Now, lawmakers met yesterday for hours to discuss one of those bills, and we expect further discussions to be held in the coming days. The legislation is aimed at curbing the soaring juvenile crime all across the state. Some arguing the bill would issue too harsh of consequences for our children. Others arguing it doesn't go far enough, but those behind the bill are calling it a balanced and sensible solution. Recent reform laws block children under the age of 13 from being charged with certain crimes. But under this new legislation, no matter their age, children would once again face consequences for auto thefts, sexual assaults, firearm offenses, and animal abuse.
Our gun crimes year over year are up 220%. My auto thefts are over 200% up year over year. My carjackings are up 85%. Number of young people shot has increased. Last year we had 40.
Last year, we were referred over 1,000 juvenile cases, primarily cases that are felonies that involve very serious offenses.
At the end of the day, everybody wants the same thing. We want positive young people. They are our future. No matter what happens, those are our children.
That was state's attorneys from Baltimore City, Prince George's County, and Montgomery County who argue that crime numbers from their offices show juvenile crime spiraling out of control in the last year. But still, lawmakers debating back and forth.
Of an all-terrain vehicle. Those cases seem to be particularly toxic in my district. Under this bill, and I think these crimes are very relevant, I think it's a great idea, but it wouldn't capture cases where youth is kind of escalating.
This bill is about placing the failings of adults on very young children and children accused of committing minor offenses.
Now, it's still up in the air whether or not lawmakers will make any amendments to the bill based off of the arguments that were made during yesterday's hearing. But of course, for any updates, you can head to our website, foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live in Annapolis, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Thank you, Olivia. One of the Democrats' priorities focusing on extending probation for young offenders. Now, supporters of the plan want to boost probation length, arguing the current system doesn't allow enough time for proper rehabilitation. They also want to give judges and state's attorneys more discretion over when a child should be kept on probation and when they should be released.
Because sometimes we have parents who call us and say, I don't know what to do. He's not listening. And our hands are tied because we don't have any response other than to set yet another hearing where the child is told by the magistrate or the judge, yet again, you have to follow the rules of probation, and the child has no response.
Defenders pushing back, arguing the current system that's under the Juvenile Justice Reform Act allows children a fair chance to leave probation on good behavior. Probation has been a point of contention between lawmakers and Juvenile Services Secretary Vincent Schiraldi. He has argued against probation completely, saying that he does not believe it makes someone less likely to commit another crime.
Well, here in Baltimore, city leaders are doubling down on the controversial group violence reduction strategy. Shannon Lilly joining us live with a look into the city's plan to expand and why some have some lingering questions about it. Shannon.
Yeah, the city, Megan, is planning to expand and launch the GVRS program in the Eastern District come this spring. Meanwhile, there are those who are still questioning whether or not the program has been effective in reducing crime in the Western District, where it was first launched 2 years ago, and Doc Cheatham is one of them.
I have not seen not one of those folks here. I've not seen GVRS, Safe Streets, Ceasefire, We Are Us. None of them have been here.
Now, Cheatham is president of the largest community in the city's Western District, and he's keenly aware of who is and isn't fighting crime in the community. The group violence reduction strategy was implemented in the area to provide services to those who show the potential to commit crimes. And at a news conference yesterday, city leaders touted its success, with researchers who studied the first year and a half of the program estimating it's helped reduce homicides by 25%. But what city leaders failed to mention is that the Western District ended last year with more homicides than any other district in the city. The mayor speaking on how that could happen here.
We did redistricting, right? So halfway through the year, parts of the district were added in that weren't parts in the district the week before, and that crime came with that.
Now, researchers predict that the program contributed to 60 fewer homicides and shootings in the Western District. But those that are there on the ground, like Doc Cheatham, just find that hard to believe. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Thank you, Shannon. A deadly double shooting in Northeast Baltimore is caught on camera. Why this shooting is raising concerns among police.
And the Baltimore County Council preparing to vote on a proposal to rezone certain abandoned areas. Why community members are pushing back on this.
Temperatures are in the upper 30s and lower 40s right now. We're talking about a warmer afternoon ahead and warming up nicely for this upcoming weekend.
5:10 and looking ahead this morning, the Be More Healthy Expo is happening tomorrow.
That's right. Meteorologist Amy Aronson joining us live this morning from the Motor House with the Be More Healthy Mini Expo. A little sneak peek for everyone, Amy.
Yeah, that's right. And right now we're actually starting off with Camille Kashaka, who's here to tell us more about where we're hosting this mini expo. We're at the Motor House this morning, which is actually a really cool venue.
Thank you.
So tell us about it. This is like a cool little hidden place right off North Avenue here.
Yeah, so Motor House is an arts hub. We have all kinds of performance, music, dance, poetry, comedy, theater, anything you can think of, we do here.
Okay.
We also have studios on the second floor, so we have incredible visual artists in the building. And then on the third floor, we have arts organizations that make Motor House their home.
Okay, cool. Perfect backdrop for everything we're going to show everybody all morning long. And you were so gracious to open your doors extra early for us this morning. But that's because there's a relationship between art and wellness, too, that is important to share with everyone.
Absolutely. There's the obvious, mental health benefits of participating in art and being an artist, but also being a visitor or a patron of the arts. There's also like a physical benefit to the arts. Most of it is pretty physical. You need like muscle to do most of the performing arts. You need dexterity, you need flexibility.
That is
so
true.
Participating is both a physical and mental and emotional way to keep your health
Fit it
up.
all in, right?
Yeah.
And you guys have events coming up too. You're not just here to host us at our mini expo,
We
right?
do.
So mention a few of them, and then I know we're going to chat with you again in about 20 minutes.
Yeah, sure. Tonight is Morphing Grid, which is a video game and DJ extravaganza. We have them here every month on the second Friday of the month. And then next week we have speed dating.
Wow.
So the day
Lots
before
happening.
Valentine's
Fun.
Day, if you want to make a little
Fun stuff. Okay, cool. Well, we're going to chat with you again in 20 minutes and show off more of your space here so everybody can see what we're working with today at the Motor House. But if you want more information on joining all of us at the Be More Healthy Expo tomorrow at the Convention Center, head over to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. And Megan, Patrice, I know you guys will be out there tomorrow.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. There's always, every year I feel like it gets bigger and bigger.
Oh, yeah, and it's going to be a lot of fun here, too. Amy, thank you so much. We'll be checking in all morning long with you. In fact, you can join us, as Amy was just saying, Be More Healthy Expo tomorrow at the Baltimore Convention Center. The free event includes healthy screenings, cooking, and dance demonstrations, and a chance to meet your favorite news personalities. Again, the Be More Healthy Expo runs tomorrow. That's February 10th from 10 to 4. We are just 2 days away from one of the biggest sporting events of the year. The final says Grammy Award-winning artist Usher is taking now to prepare for his halftime performance.
And as Usher prepares for his halftime performance, others are preparing for the pre-show. How one man is making sure the pre-show sets the stage before the big game. It's 5:13 now. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. We are taking you live to Las Vegas as we are now 2 days away from Super Bowl 58.
Yeah, final preparations underway for both San Francisco and Kansas City, and Grammy Award winner Usher already getting ready for his halftime performance.
Feels amazing. You know, this being, because I'm putting my album out actually on the 9th. So, you know, this is just really a testament of dedication. I don't have this moment by myself. All of my fans that I bring with me, each and every person that had anything to do with the music, the creativity, everybody is a part of this celebratory moment.
If you want more Usher, well, guess what? He's coming to Baltimore for his upcoming tour, and due to high demand, Live Nation actually added a second show. So he will be coming August 23rd and now the 24th as well.
If you're looking to go the 23rd, pre-sales start today at 10 using the code HALFTIME. General admission tickets then go on sale Monday. If you're looking to go the 24th, general admission tickets will go on sale today.
Before the big game, there's the pre-show, and one man has put his unique musical stamp on it for several years now.
Latoya Silman with our Sinclair sister station in Las Vegas sat down with musical director and producer Adam Blackstone with what it takes to pull off an unforgettable Super Bowl worthy performance.
Can we do that? With just days before showtime, it's crunch time for Adam Blackstone and his crew.
I'm very excited to be here. 2024 Super Bowl pre-show. We have my girl Reba McEntire singing the national anthem, and also my sister Andra Day singing Lift Every Voice and Sing. And when I got the band together for the national anthem, I was able to make sure that the arrangement matched what Reba wanted. And same thing for Andra. It was just kind of like we bounced some ideas back and forth. How can we make this a powerful cultural moment?
And it's all happening here inside Allegiant Stadium before Super Bowl 58 kicks off. It's a first for the city of Las Vegas, but Blackstone's 5th big game performance.
This Super Bowl show is unlike anything for the rest of the year. It's live on television. Live, you have sports fans, music fans, commercial fans. Everybody and their mamas are watching this show.
If practice makes perfect, Blackstone's had plenty of it. He fell in love with music at a young age, and the multi-instrumentalist has worked with some of the best in the business.
I've been blessed to work with so many artists, too many to name off the top of my head. Jill Scott, Music Soul Child, Mary, Janet Jackson.
And the musical mastermind is proud of incredible performances like Fantasia's recent Tina Turner tribute at the Grammy Awards. His work transcends genres and geography.
Definitely living my wildest dreams. Never did I think that music would take me all over the world.
Keying in on his passion and purpose, proof of what's possible.
I think that we're put here on earth to fulfill our dreams, and so, you know, never have any ceilings, no limits. And when you show up with a level of greatness and a level of excellence that you're striving toward, I don't think anything can stop you.
Oh, it's exciting. And it's nice getting the behind the scenes look like that.
Oh, yeah, getting all the aspects of it, and there's so many of them. In fact, the weather is going to be an issue if you're getting ready to go to Las Vegas and walk into the stadium there. Because you really don't have to worry once you get in there.
Oh, yeah. That's right.
Yeah,
don't have to. Yeah.
They're in the Sphere.
Yeah, and I think is that your hometown? No. I think it's your hometown.
It is my hometown, yeah. No, it's not going to rain this weekend. I had the rain earlier this week for people there, but actually should be pretty nice weather there in Las Vegas, southern Nevada, and we are looking right here. Baltimore, my town currently, it's kind of my adopted hometown because, you know, my wife's from here, my family, her family, and everything, so that's my family now. Sorry, guys, you're stuck with me. Our Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam as we look out over the Inner Harbor. We have some cloud cover out there right now. When you step outside, you can kind of smell and feel that rain. We are seeing a few showers in western Maryland. Don't think that's going to actually make it here, but overall our temperatures are a little warmer with the fact that we have that cloud cover in the upper 30s for this hour. And you can see some of those showers actually just kind of dissipated as we got right to Cumberland up toward Altoona. This is kind of a leading edge of that next weather maker. We have the warm front to the north of us, so there's all that warmer air moving in. The cold front basically through Chicago and down through the Central Plains, and that's what's going to be making its way here as we head into the weekend. So on your coffee cast, grab that cup of joe and enjoy some breakfast and coffee with us on your Friday. Upper 30s for the next few hours. Sun's up at 7:06 and goes to bed tonight at 5:36. Now, even though we have the clouds around right now, we do expect to see at least some breaks in the cloud cover with some sun expected later this afternoon. Upper 30s by 8 o'clock on your MetroCast day planner. And for your Friday noontime, might want to get away with lunch outdoors. I mean, mid-50s by 12 p.m. And then as we get into the later part of the afternoon, upper 50s and lower 60s. That's right. So we were at 56 yesterday. We're going to add about 4 or 5 degrees to those highs. Look at these numbers. The yellow indicating the color contours of the milder air that'll be in place. Close to 60 in Westminster and Eldersburg, 59 Reisterstown and Towson, right about 61 in Baltimore City for your afternoon. Numbers in Hartford and Cecil counties a little cooler on the eastern shore and to the north and the east. But again, still mid-50s is about 10 degrees above average for this time of year. Keeping that above average trend tomorrow, mid-60s, and then our numbers start coming back down. You can actually see that colder air that'll come in by next week. We're back to the upper 40s by Tuesday afternoon. And there is another weather maker next week that'll bring some showers, mainly some rain showers, possibly mixed in with some snow, especially around the Mason-Dixon Tuesday morning and into the afternoon. So we'll keep our eyes on that system right now. But overall, next 7 days, not too bad. We're back to drier conditions with temps still above average through the middle of next week. Now let's get an update on mass transit. Mark Jones with the MTA. Happy Friday, sir.
Happy Friday, Justin. Good morning, everyone. A pretty good start out there right now on the MARC train system. You'll find no major delay or issue there on the Camden, Penn, or Brunswick lines. Out there on light rail, good to go for travel on time service. And Metro Subway looking good in both directions between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for travel. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Lutherville residents are frustrated over a plan to redevelop some abandoned areas. Coming up next, find out why those residents have concerns with the plan.
4 children are injured this morning after a school bus overturns in Howard County. How the students were able to get out. 5:23, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition. We're all local, all morning.
Developing now in Howard County, 4 students are hurt after a school bus rolled over in Columbia.
Now, police say the students are 2 boys and 2 girls between the ages of 11 and 14, and they are expected to be okay.
According to police, 19 Hammond Middle School students were on that bus when it rolled over. No one else, including the driver, was hurt. Parents say they found out about the incident through text messages from their kids. Some of those students crawling out of the back of the bus and even through hatches on the roof. The cause of that crash remains under investigation.
Fox 45 News can confirm Baltimore County Police are investigating an alleged domestic assault involving Zay Flowers at his residence in Owings Mills before the AFC Championship game between the Ravens and the Kansas City Chiefs. The team is aware of the allegations and at this point sent us the following statement. Quote, "We are aware of the report regarding Zay Flowers. We make these matters seriously and we will have no further comment at this time." While Flowers has not been charged with the crime, keep in mind the Ravens have a zero tolerance policy when it comes to domestic violence. Of course, going back to Ray Rice incident, we will continue to follow any developments on this story as they come out.
Well, we will have a mix of clouds and sun today when we could expect some wintry precipitation for parts of the state.
A brazen killing caught on camera. Coming up, that exclusive video and what's next in the investigation. You're watching Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Early Edition. It's Friday, February 9th. I'm Megan Gillen.
I'm Tom Rogers. Heading into the weekend, we need to find out shorts and T-shirts?
Maybe. Meteorologist Justin Chambers talking about a bit of a warm-up.
Yeah, temps are going to be in the 60s starting today and even tomorrow as well. As we take you outside right now, we're actually a little warmer this morning by about 7 to 10 degrees than where we've been the past couple of mornings. That's due to some of that cloud cover that is out there at this time. And temperatures kind of around the DMV in the 30s and 40s. Look at those 50s just to the west of us. So already getting some of that warmer air there in parts of western Pennsylvania and down through West Virginia. A morning commute, not too bad. Upper 30s here for the next few hours. We'll keep those clouds around. We do expect some breaks in the cloud cover, especially as we head toward the afternoon. 61 today, mid-60s tomorrow, even though it comes with some rain showers early and then a chance of some showers left over on Sunday, but still back to the mid-50s. So overall, a very mild weekend for February. Back with your full forecast coming up in a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. Looking at your Len Stoller traffic network here. No major incidents to report here at this hour. Taking a live look over Charles Street in Ruxton. You can see traffic moving just fine, but we've got some volume picking up out there already this morning.
5:31 and developing this morning, Fox 45 News has surveillance video of a deadly double shooting in northeast Baltimore.
Shannon Lilly joins us with more on the exclusive video and an update on the investigation. Shannon.
Well, police continue their investigation this morning, Megan, as a killer is still on the loose. The moments leading up to that gunfire and the act itself all caught on camera. And we want to warn you, some of this video you're about to see may be disturbing.
Be advised that you have a call for a shooting that just came out, Bel Air and Nicholas.
You're looking at the moment shots rang out just before 10 Wednesday night. But let's take this back a few seconds. A group standing outside the 7-Eleven, words are exchanged, then the subject in black reaches towards his waistband and walks away. Seconds later, shots are fired. The shooter then turning his attention to the passenger of the white vehicle, opening fire before running away. Now, this double shooting happening just a half mile from the Bel Air Edison Safe Streets location, where on New Year's Eve, a 36-year-old man was shot and killed just 2 blocks away. That Safe Streets site remains closed amid an FBI investigation. Meanwhile, Commissioner Worley is speaking on the number of guns in the city following a different triple shooting last month.
I said the other day that I don't get frustrated, just the amount of guns on the street. I've never seen so many.
Now, according to Baltimore police, the 2 victims killed in Wednesday night shootings are 32 and 40 years old. Both of them are men. Their names have not yet been released. Reporting live from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Thank you, Shannon. Baltimore County residents are up in arms over a plan to redevelop some abandoned areas in Lutherville. Olivia Dan's joining us live this morning with why they say county leaders are going through with the plan without looking at factors like overcrowded schools. Olivia.
Yeah, well, Tom, you mentioned it, and overcrowded schools are a big concern for many residents in Lutherville. And now a new large apartment complex proposal could just increase enrollment.
There are students in trailers and they don't have enough teachers. The facilities themselves are failing.
Based on this Baltimore County Public Schools survey, Lutherville Laboratories enrollment is sitting at 104%. Not far from Lutherville Station, Hampton Elementary is sitting at 117%, Timonium Elementary 124%, and now there's a possible influx of people to the area from the proposed apartment complex in Lutherville Station. In a statement, a spokesperson for Lutherville Station says the project would still need approval through the county's full development plan process. They, of course, say they welcome dialogue to address any issues. All of this, though, is part of the discussion as Baltimore County leaders discuss the future of redevelopment with the master plan and Bill 324, which is legislation to rezone certain abandoned and dilapidated commercial hubs. Of course, you can read statements on this from both the Baltimore County executive spokesperson and a spokesperson from Lutherville Station on our website, foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Early Edition.
All right, Olivia, thank you. Baltimore City Council President Nick Mosby sitting down with a one-on-one interview with Fox 45 News, talking about his testimony during his ex-wife, former City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby's federal trial.
In fact, during his trial, or his testimony in that trial, federal prosecutors alleged that Mosby claimed charitable donations that were not real. They also claimed in 2014 he was $18,000 behind on mortgage payments and his car was repossessed.
Now, he also admitted to lying to the public about the tax lien on the couple's home. Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost pressing him about that.
It was my colleague who asked about the tax lien that was on your property. You said that it had been taken care of, but that was a lie.
Yeah.
Why did you lie to the public?
Well, at the time, I still didn't realize that there was a formal tax lien. It's a lot of complications with the way it was actually entered. but it was a personal matter, and I should have addressed it as a personal matter. So I regret that, and I think I've said that, and I'll constantly say that. So it's an opportunity for me to grow and learn from that.
Can the voters trust that you won't lie to them again?
I think the voters do trust that and know who I am. They know my integrity. They know my character.
Well, Fox 45 News was with Nick Mosby when he filed to run for re-election yesterday.
The filing deadline for any candidate who wants to run for public office in Maryland is in just a few hours. It's at 9 o'clock this morning. Former President Donald Trump in a race of his own. Overnight, he snagged a win in the Nevada caucuses.
Taylor Stewart is in our live center with an update on the race to the White House. Taylor?
That's right. A live look over Vegas this morning after a dominant win in Nevada caucuses. Former President Donald Trump now lays claim to the state's 26 delegates. Another signal that Trump diehards are standing by the former president despite his legal trouble leading up to this election. Look at this line at the caucus site in Reno with nearly 1,000 people 20 minutes after those caucuses opened. Former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley skipping the caucus, instead running in the state's symbolic primary. She lost, though. The former president made these comments at a Vegas victory rally last night.
And last night, you know what happened last night, right? None of the above. So I'd like to congratulate none of the above.
The former president also won the GOP primaries in the U.S. Virgin Islands on Thursday. Now, next up is Nikki Haley's home state of South Carolina. The GOP primary there is set for February 24th. That is the latest from our live center. Back to you.
I know this bill is going to disappoint both sides of the debate, and I'm comfortable with that reality.
Hours of intense debate over Maryland Democrats' new juvenile crime proposal, the top concern that sparks the debate.
And we are getting ready for our mini expo this morning here at the Motor House. Coming up next, we'll tell you more about this really cool space and some of the events they have coming up here. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition.
Temperatures will be in the 50s. Even some will reach the lower 60s. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking when our next weather maker will arrive. 5:37, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition. We're all local all morning.
Looking ahead this morning, the Be More Healthy Expo is tomorrow, and we want to give you a sneak peek of all that you can expect.
In fact, meteorologist Amy Aronson has been joining us live this morning from Motor House with a Be More Healthy Mini Expo sneak peek. Amy.
Yeah, that's right. And first, we're kind of checking out all the spaces here at the Motor House. I'm here with Camille Kachaka, who's showing us around. So we've moved locations now. Tell everybody where we are now.
So we're in the showroom bar. We have happy hour Tuesday through Friday from 4 to 7. We got little discounts on drinks. We also make food. The smash burger is really popular.
Ooh, that sounds really good, really good. And I know we're going to be using this space for some of the demonstrations later this morning.
Yeah.
But right now, let's just talk about everything you have going on here at the Motor House. Lots of fun events coming up for everybody.
Yeah. So what do you want? You want music? We have that. We have the set list with 3 Baltimore-based musical acts coming on February 15th. We have speed dating, like I talked about. Find a buddy or a little more than a buddy at Motor House. That's February 13th, just in time for Valentine's Day. We also have poetry next week. Every month we have an open mic. And then our resident theater company, Be More Than Dance. No, not Be More Than Dance. Dance and Be More. Both of them are here. Both of them are here.
You can get everything you need, right? Yeah, why not?
Yeah, but Dance and Be More has a history of Blacks on Broadway coming up at the end of the month for Black History Month.
Cool, little hidden gem here, right in North Baltimore.
Yeah.
Okay, so everybody should come check them out, but you should also come to the Be More Healthy Expo tomorrow. We're actually going to be previewing everything happening there this morning here at the Motor House. So coming up in about 20 minutes, we're going to get started with our mini expo. But if you want more information right now, head over to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. So guys, stay tuned. Lots coming up. We're going to use their whole space here. So we're going to continue touring the Motor House, but we're going to throw some of our demonstrations into the mix too.
Looking forward to it. Amy, thank you. Well, make sure you join us for the Be More Healthy Expo tomorrow at the Baltimore Convention Center. The free event includes health screenings, cooking and dance demonstrations, and a chance to meet your favorite Fox 45 news personalities. Again, the Be More Healthy Expo runs tomorrow, February 10th from 10 a.m. through 4 p.m.
Well, keeping the players safe on the field ahead of the Super Bowl has been on top of mind for the NFL's priority list. Still ahead in our 6 o'clock hour, a behind-the-scenes look at preparations for Sunday.
And the MVP award is so nice. Lamar Jackson had to go out there and win it twice. After the break, how many votes he received to win MVP. It's 5:43 now on Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
One shy of being unanimous MVP again. So who was the holdout and why?
I'll tell you what, one of the biggest things, too, is getting more playoff experience for him. I think that sets him up next year for an even more successful year.
No injuries, too? I mean, that was first since he's been here. First time in.
Smarter.
Yes.
I mean, the list of multiple MVP winners includes like Johnny Unitas and Peyton Manning, Aaron Rodgers. I mean, that's a big list to be on, to be multiple MVPs. And he's so young, too, right?
Exactly.
So it's like a lot of years. We're trying to figure out what to do with our dinner tonight, and then I realized today's National Pizza Day. So
there you go. Boom, done.
That's done. That's done. Yes.
National Pizza Day.
Yeah,
And
National
it just happened
Pizza
to
Day.
fall on a Friday?
Happened to fall on a Friday. It's February 9th. So February 9th is National Pizza Day. Got to enjoy it while you can. 17% of restaurants in America are pizzerias. 17%. So anyway, our Towson Cam, good morning. And the thing is I love Pizza Hut, but they don't deliver to my house, which is really annoying.
Ours does now.
That's great. Mine doesn't.
I'm sorry.
All right. Here we go. 39-year temperature in Towson. I remember they used to have the Pizza Hut buffets. Man, it was like $5. You go in there, you had the glass. All right. Our east-southeast wind just very light at this time from our Towson Cam. Right now, our HD radar, we did pick up a few light showers in western Maryland, but overall, not really seeing much. In fact, you can see the dry conditions here continuing with just a few showers in the southern tip of the Appalachians. We have the warm air ahead of that cold front, so that's why our temperatures are going to warm up so much more as we head toward the afternoon. So as we take a look at your bus stop forecast, beep, beep, our temperatures here in the upper 30s. Make sure they're bundled up this morning, but look at these numbers. By noontime and recess, we're going to be in the mid 50s and upper 50s and lower 60s when you pick the kids up later this afternoon. And overall, maybe a good day to get out there and play some golf. Probably not some frost delays this morning. 42 by 9 a.m., but we're right to the mid 50s into that noon hour and mid to upper 50s, lower 60s by 2, 3 o'clock for the afternoon. Overall, our high temps typically 45. A lot of us about 15 degrees above average for this time of year. Even the eastern shore a little cooler, but still mid to upper 50s for you, and a lot of lower 60s from Baltimore down through D.C. into Richmond, even Cumberland in western Maryland in the lower 60s today. Here's a look at our future scan. So we start with cloud cover this morning. Should see some breaks in those clouds as we head toward the afternoon. Saturday morning, we have a few showers that will roll through. So a little bit on the wetter side if you're heading out to the Expo tomorrow morning. But by tomorrow afternoon, notice that rain moves out of here. Here comes that cold front, and that's going to bring in some cooler temperatures on Sunday. Still a lot of cloud cover. Where the main system sets up will be south of us on Sunday into the afternoon. We may get a few stray showers left over, but most of the rain is going to be south of Baltimore. And then Monday sets us up for another weather maker, and that one's going to bring in some colder air and possibly some wintry precip for some by Tuesday morning. So here's our 7-day forecast. 50s and 60s taking us through Monday, upper 40s on Tuesday. And then actually we are going to still stay above average and drying out toward the middle of next week. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Your Lynn Solar Traffic Network. Pretty good start to this Friday morning for your roads. Taking a look here, and this is over Loch Raven Boulevard. There is one incident that's happened about an hour ago. It's 83 northbound. They're still working on that right at Middletown Road in Parkton, and that's northbound 83. It's now over on the shoulder, so the one lane that was blocked is now clear, and their traffic's moving along fine. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones in the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the BART train system, you'll find no major delay or issue. Looking good for the start there on the Camden, Tanner, Brunswick lines. Light rail right on time from end to end, but Metro Subway expect about a 10-minute delay in your travels there between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
It was my colleague who asked about the tax lien that was on your property. You said that it had been taken care of, but that was a lie.
Yeah.
Why did you lie to the public?
Baltimore City Council President Nick Mosby sits down for an exclusive interview with Fox 45 News. Why he feels the public should still trust him.
My memory is fine. My memory, take a look at what I've done since I become president.
President Joe Biden insisting that he's the most qualified candidate for president. How a special counsel's report is raising concerns over his age and memory. 5:51, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition. We're all local all morning.
It was my colleague who asked about the tax lien that was on your property. You said that it had been taken care of, but that was a lie.
Yeah.
Why did you lie to the public?
Baltimore City Council President Nick Mosby sitting down for an exclusive interview discussing his financial problems that were unearthed during his controversial testimony in his ex-wife's federal trial.
Mosby agreeing to an interview with our Mackenzie Frost before filing his paperwork to run for City Council President again.
Fox 45 News pressing Mosby on why he feels the public should still trust him in a story that you're seeing right here, first on Fox.
In his City Council President office, Nick Mosby agreeing to talk about his testimony during his ex-wife's federal mortgage fraud trial.
It was my colleague who asked about the tax lien that was on your property. You said that it had been taken care of, but that was a lie.
Yeah.
Why did you lie to the public?
Well, at the time, I still didn't realize that there was a formal tax lien. It's a lot of complications with the way it was actually entered, but it was a personal matter, and I should have addressed it as a personal matter. So I regret that, and I think I've said that, and I'll constantly say that. So it's an opportunity for me to grow and learn from that.
You remember when I brought you a copy of the tax lien? Everyone has seen the video.
Correct.
Did you believe that that was real, or did you believe that I was lying when I had a copy of it that day?
So that was after I was on a radio show.
Yep.
Where a reporter, who was the only reporter, I guess, in town who had it, put it out on Twitter. And that sequence of events happened after that.
But you told me that you didn't deny the existence of a tax lien that day.
Again, I still didn't know there was a tax lien other than from that reporter. So I guess the concern was I didn't know how real what he had put out there or how he got it. But several competent attorneys, tax attorneys, couldn't find it.
We found the tax lien at the courthouse where it was publicly available. During his testimony, federal prosecutors alleged Mosby claimed charitable donations that weren't real. Prosecutors say in 2014, Nick Mosby claimed $21,000 donated to charity. The same year, he was $18,000 behind on mortgage payments and his car was repossessed. In 2015, prosecutors say $15,000 was claimed as a charitable donation when he was nearly $10,000 behind on his mortgage and tens of thousands of dollars behind in taxes.
Did you give the 20-some thousand dollars to charities over the years when the federal government says you didn't?
Taxes are a personal matter. I use a paid professional tax preparer to do my taxes. I'm not a tax preparer, so I've been open and honest throughout this entire process. That information has been with the federal government for several years now. This was the first time that I've heard that, like you heard it. But again, I was open and honest in court, and I'll continue to be open and honest about the situation.
If you're open and honest about it, tell the people of Baltimore, did you donate that money to charity or not?
So charitable donations is more than just donations, but what I will say is I used a paid professional tax preparer that I paid to do my taxes and provide the information, and it's ultimately what came out of it.
And as president of the City Council,
Mosby says one of his biggest accomplishments during his first term as council president centers around professionalizing the council.
How can you professionalize the city office when your personal life is the way it is?
So I think that voters are human, and they know that we all have challenges. They know that we all make mistakes. I was 33, 34 years old at the time, really aggressively going after something that was a dream of mine, to become mayor of Baltimore.
Is that still your dream?
It's my dream to serve the citizens of Baltimore, but at the time, to really go after and support the citizens of Baltimore in the way that I thought was best, and it created some financial challenges for me, and really some consequences that I never intended.
Mosby is falling behind in fundraising for his re-election efforts. The latest reports show he has just over $180,000 in his campaign coffers. Zeke Cohen, seeking to unseat him, has pulled in more than $530,000. And Shannon Sneed, another candidate, has $169,000 in the bank.
They can raise all the money in the world that they want. They don't have the legislative record that I have. They haven't come and shown up in the way that I've constantly shown up for a city that I love. They're not from Baltimore. They're not by Baltimore. I am. And I think voters really see that and see through that.
They also didn't get on those stand under oath and admit to lying to the public.
Correct. So that takes a lot, because you don't have to. I didn't plead the fifth. I got on stand. I was a man of what happened 10 years ago. I talked about it. And I think that was my duty. I've been responsive and transparent throughout that entire process. but I did not have to be. I did that because it was the right thing to do.
Can the voters trust that you won't lie to them again?
I think the voters do trust that and know who I am. They know my integrity. They know my character.
In Baltimore, Mackenzie Frost, Fox 45 News.
Your top story this morning coming out of Washington. President Biden fighting back at reporters' questions over claims that he's not mentally fit for office.
This bill is going to disappoint both sides of the debate, and I'm comfortable with that reality.
Lawmakers here in Annapolis are debating a new juvenile crime plan. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll tell you about the arguments on both sides of the aisle.
I've not seen GBRS, Safe Streets, Ceasefire, We Are Us. None of them have been here.
A city program aimed at reducing violence is expanding. Why those on the ground, though, say it won't be effective.
Tracking some warmer temperatures as we head into the weekend, but also some rain showers. We'll talk about it.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Thanks for waking up with us on this Friday morning, February 9th. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gilland, and we need to see how it's shaping up here today, heading into a weekend.
That's right. Meteorologist Justin Chambers. Yes, Super Bowl weekend ahead of us, and we need to find out if we're spending any time outdoors.
Yeah, well, why not? I mean, we got temperatures that are going to be well above average starting today and into the weekend as well, as we see the Domino's sugar sign all lit up nicely over the Inner Harbor, about an hour away from the sun officially coming up. We do have some clouds that are hanging around right now, and that's actually made our temperatures a little bit milder. Still a jacket as you make your way out, but 30s and 40s up and down the Chesapeake from Bel Air over to Chestertown, 44 Annapolis, 39 currently in Baltimore City. Not as cold this morning, a definitely warmer afternoon ahead, but we are tracking some showers for tomorrow. So on your morning drive, Mr. Bo says we are good to go. Temps in the upper 30s for the next few hours. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
Thank you, Justin. In Washington, some Republican lawmakers are banding together, calling to invoke the 25th Amendment.
Taylor Stewart is in our live center now with more on why they say it's time for Joe Biden, the president, to step down. Taylor?
That's right. A band of Republicans say Biden is not fit for office, and we'll explain why they want to invoke the 25th Amendment in just a second. But starting first, the live look over the White House this morning, a day after the Justice Department report found the president willfully retained classified documents. A searing report released on Thursday details not only how President Biden mishandled those classified documents following his time as vice president, but also raises serious concerns about his memory. You recall these photos released by the DOJ last year of photos of classified military national security documents stashed in the president's home.
These assertions are not only misleading, they're just plain wrong. My memory is fine. My memory, take a look at what I've done since I become president.
Now, the president focused on the fact that charges were not filed against him. Unlike former President Donald Trump, he's facing multiple criminal charges related to his handling of classified documents. Republicans were quick to react.
The special counsel's observation was pretty stunning. It's unnerving that the world can see this.
For that very reason, some Republicans are, quote, exploring the option of invoking the 25th Amendment. It's a procedure for replacing the president in the event of death, resignation, or incapacitation. In this case, Republican lawmakers argue the reason here is the president's failing memory. Now, according to this new poll from NBC, it shows that 3/4 of voters say they have some concerns about the president's mental and physical health. That includes half of all Democrats. We'll keep you updated here at the Live Center. Back to you, Tom.
Well, thank you, Taylor. Now, we are following two big stories in the crime fight in Baltimore City and across the state.
Baltimore City leaders have their eyes on expanding the group violence reduction strategy despite criticism over the program's effectiveness.
In Annapolis, hours of intense debate over Democrats' new juvenile crime proposal. Well, this morning we have live team coverage following and looking into the questions surrounding both crime proposals.
In just a few minutes, Shannon Lilly will be joining us live with the ongoing debate surrounding GVRS in Baltimore.
We begin with Olivia Dan. She's joining us live from Annapolis with more on the heated discussion that's happening right there. Olivia.
Well, Megan and Tom, state Democrats' new juvenile crime plan is now up for debate right here in Annapolis, and lawmakers met yesterday for hours to discuss one of those bills. We, of course, expect further discussions to be held in the coming days, but the legislation is aimed at curbing the soaring juvenile crime across the state. Some arguing the bill would issue too harsh of consequences for our children, while others are arguing it doesn't go far enough. But those that are behind the bill are calling it a balanced and sensible solution. Recent reform laws block children under the age of 13 from being charged with certain crimes, but under this new legislation, no matter their age, children would once again face consequences for auto thefts, sexual assaults, firearm offenses, and animal abuse.
Last year, we were referred over 1,000 juvenile cases, primarily cases that are felonies that involve very serious offenses.
State's attorneys from all across the state argue that crime numbers from their offices show juvenile crime spiraling out of control in the last year, but still, lawmakers debating back and forth.
We made a clear effort to eliminate the youngest children from being exposed to the juvenile justice system. And now you have gone ahead and brought them back into the system.
If nobody's happy, it tells me it's a pretty good, reasonable bill.
Now, it's still up in the air whether or not lawmakers will make any amendments to the bill based off the arguments that were made during yesterday's hearing. But of course, for any updates, you can head to our website, foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live in Annapolis, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Here in Baltimore, city leaders are doubling down on the controversial group violence reduction strategy. We have Shannon Lilly joining us live now with a look into the city's plan to expand and why some have some lingering questions about it. Shannon.
Yeah, the city, Megan, is planning to expand and launch GVRS in the Eastern District come this spring. This after the city has said that the program has been effective in reducing crime in the Western District, where it was first launched 2 years ago, but not everyone is convinced.
Yes, the numbers went up, and they went up because we were neglected. Y'all are lying. You know, we live this day to day. You're not telling the truth.
Doc Cheatham there is president of the largest community in the city's Western District and is keenly aware of who is and isn't fighting crime in the community. Now, the group violence reduction strategy was implemented in the area to provide services to those who show the potential to commit crimes. And at a news conference yesterday, city leaders touted its success, with researchers who studied the first year and a half of the program estimating it's helped reduce homicides by 25%. But what city leaders failed to mention is that the Western District ended last year with more homicides than any other district in the city. The mayor speaking on how that could happen.
We did redistricting, right? So halfway through the year, parts of the district were added in that weren't parts in the district the week before, and that crime came with that.
Now, researchers predict the program contributed to 60 fewer homicides and shootings in the Western District. Still, those that are on the ground there find that very hard to believe. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. A deadly double shooting in Northeast Baltimore caught on camera. Fox 45 News digs through the surveillance video as police say they are stunned by the number of guns on city streets.
And we are getting a preview of what to expect at the Be More Healthy Expo tomorrow. Coming up next, the Baltimore City Fire Department is with us, and they're going to show us how to do CPR. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
And our temperatures are not too bad right now. We are taking a look at numbers that are going to be warmer for the afternoon. We'll break it down for you.
Looking ahead this morning, what better way to spend your Saturday than coming down to the Baltimore Convention Center and joining us for the Be More Healthy Expo?
Meteorologist Amy Aronson joining us live this morning, giving us a little sneak peek at the Motor House with the Be More Healthy Mini Expo. Good morning, Amy.
Good morning. Yeah, and I'm joined right now by the Baltimore City Fire Department. Kevin Cartwright's here with us telling us how you guys are getting involved in our Be More Healthy Expo tomorrow. Lots of important information you're going to share, starting with how to do CPR, something everyone should know.
Yes, absolutely. It's very important for everyone to know CPR. According to the American Heart Association, nearly 436,000 people annually die from sudden cardiac death. Now, these numbers don't literally have to be that high. So if people learn CPR, they can certainly help to drop those numbers. I believe in times past, the concern was more about transmittable diseases from doing mouth to mouth. Over the years, we've gotten away from that. So now all people simply have to do is chest compressions.
Okay, we're seeing a little demonstration here where they're showing folks the proper way to do it. Tips you have for somebody who's maybe never done CPR before.
Absolutely. I'm sure many people have a lot of reservations about doing CPR, but it's very basic. You can learn hands-only CPR within about 30, 60 minutes.
That's awesome.
And you can definitely add to the survivability of someone should you witness someone have a cardiac arrest.
Okay, awesome. Well, we're going to chat with you again in 20 minutes because not only are you going to be doing CPR demonstrations, you're also going to have some other stuff out there at the Expo for everybody tomorrow to enjoy.
Absolutely.
Okay, awesome. If you guys want more information right now, head over to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks, and you can get all the details there. Really important stuff coming up, guys. So in 20 minutes, I think we're going to talk about blood pressure, actually.
Hey, I'm amazed at the Be More Healthy Expo, and there's so many things to do, hands-on activities. Amy, looking forward to checking back in. We want to remind all of you, you can join us for the Be More Healthy Expo tomorrow at the Baltimore Convention Center. This is a free event, guys. It includes health screenings, cooking and dance demonstrations, and a chance to meet your favorite Fox 45 News personalities. Again, the Be More Healthy Expo runs this Saturday, February 10th from 10 a.m. through 4 p.m. You can also do the weather while you're out there.
Oh, yeah. And join us for all sorts of activities. Super Bowl weekend is also here. So Saturday, you got a big Super Bowl with us. Sunday, yeah, you're going to be cheering on some teams, putting sports betting under the microscope. In our 7 o'clock hour, the signs and risks of gambling.
Plus, President Biden will not face charges for the handling of classified documents. Why it now may be difficult to convince a jury to convict him. 6:13 now on Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning.
This was an exhaustive investigation going back more than 40 years, even into the 1970s when I was still a new United States Senator.
This morning, some Republican lawmakers are now calling for the cabinet to explore the use of the Constitution's 25th Amendment to remove President Biden from office. This, of course, following Special Counsel Robert Hur's report accusing the president of mishandling classified documents. This morning, political commentator Armstrong Williams joining us live to weigh in. Armstrong, good morning. You know, it's not so much the accusations that could damage the president's chances of running again. It's really the words that Hur used to describe the president, calling him, Armstrong, a, quote, sympathetic, well-meaning elderly man with a poor memory, and then going on to say that he would not be recommending charges because it would require a mental state of willfulness for a jury to convict him. Armstrong, what message does that send?
Megan, it's a message that the American people are already aware of. The president is fragile. His cognitive skills are declining. His mental and physical health is declining. You can see it in his press conference. The fact when he won South Carolina, he gave no speech. He did not congratulate anyone. The president should be taking advantage of many things right now, but everything is scripted. And when he's off script, you begin to see your parent, your grandparent. And Americans have much sympathetic for him. For many Americans, it's cruelty that you would allow this man to continue in this capacity. But the issue is, what do they have?
Right.
Kamala Harris. And the fact that she is the possibility of standing in the gap for him also frightens many people. So it's just I won't call it a constitutional crisis, but the Democratic Party certainly has a problem on their hand.
Let's take a look at the 25th Amendment and how that works, if that could, you know, play into his mental state.
Listen, the president believes that he can carry on. Obviously, he was well briefed before his all of a sudden message to the nation last night, where he was quoting passages from his deposition. But most Americans are aware that the president is declining. It seems now, Megan, it's almost every week.
Well, and what's interesting, Armstrong, he's still winning in these primaries. Do the American people not care?
No, that's not winning. It's an optic that's winning, because many people believe the president really doesn't run the country, that it's managed by handlers, whether it's the State Department, the White House, and the Senate. And so he's really a figurehead. But Joe Biden is in the decline, and we should really pray for him and pray for our country. And imagine what others see when they're with him.
He would be the Democratic pick. That would be winning that nomination. The American people would be picking him.
Well, you know, if I were a betting man, I know many will disagree with this, and I've said this and I'll say it again, I don't think Biden or Trump will be their party's heir when it's all said and done in this presidential election. I think a dark horse will rise. I think we're in store for one of the wildest presidential election seasons in our history, and it's something to look forward to because it's a lot of theater.
Well, and you're right, because we know the Supreme Court is hearing arguments on whether Trump should be even allowed on some states' ballot. Armstrong, I have a feeling we'll have a lot to talk about next week as well. Thank you.
Yes, Megan. Thank you.
6:19 is your time right now, our Weather Authority forecast, and we've got some cloud cover in this morning, even a few light showers in western Maryland. Kind of smells and feels like rain out there. We're not getting that rain. We're just going to have those clouds with us the next couple of hours, and that's actually keeping our temperatures from dropping too much. Upper 30s is where we are right now in Towson, officially at 39 degrees. You can see on our HD radar, a few of those showers have kind of restarted over Cumberland and moving from west to east, so don't think these are going to actually hold up. Again, it's pretty dry at the surface, and we have this warm air that's out ahead of that cold front. That's the next weather maker that's going to change things up as we head further into the weekend. Overall, in our coffee cast, next couple of hours, grab that cup of Joe and enjoy some breakfast and coffee with us on this Friday. Upper 30s and lower 40s with that sun coming up just under an hour away from right now, up until 5:36 this afternoon. Should see some more breaks in the cloud cover by the time we get later into the day, but hanging out there in Annapolis, the capital, 46 by 10 o'clock this morning. We're on our way to the mid to upper 50s and even some lower 60s for you in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour, well above average. Even 5 o'clock happy hour time on a Friday, we're talking about upper 50s, so we should be good with those temperatures. Let's check the numbers in your neighborhoods across Carroll and Baltimore counties, upper 50s and lower 60s. Towson, Lutherville, Timonium, right about 60 degrees. 57 for you in Dundalk this afternoon. Howard and Arundel counties will also see those upper 50s and lower 60s as well. And again, 45 is where we typically are this time of year. Tomorrow we'll slide to the mid 60s. 50s, and then we keep the above average numbers going, but notice that kind of step down as we get into Monday and Tuesday next week. That's when some colder air returns. That system continues to change, and sort of as we get closer to it with a better idea of what we're looking at, we're definitely going to get to see some wet weather early next week. But in terms of the wintry precipitation, jury is still out. Looking at our future scan, we have some clouds that'll be around today. Tomorrow morning, we will start with some rain showers, just a couple of light showers here and there in the early morning hours. I'd say between about 7 and 10 a.m. But by tomorrow afternoon, most of that rain should push out of here. May get a kind of repeat performance of a few showers Sunday morning, but most of the rain in the models keep this rain south of us on Sunday afternoon, even though we'll be cloudy. Monday will be mainly dry at first, and then Monday night into Tuesday morning, that is the next weather maker that's setting up. And with that area of low pressure, depending on where this thing sets up, will determine whether or not we actually get some snow that will be falling. Either way, our 7-day forecast, not too bad. Our healthy Expo looking good for tomorrow, as I mentioned, with those 60s. And then next week, after we get through that weather maker, we'll actually dry out with temps staying in the upper 40s and lower 50s through Wednesday and Thursday.
622 and your Len Stoller traffic network. You see some flashing lights right here. This is on 95 southbound right at the White Marsh Boulevard. There's one vehicle involved. They've got it over to the shoulder, not really causing any delays. There's a couple other incidents, one on 83 in Parkton. Also, that's northbound 83 on the right. That's also same thing, not causing any delays, but there is just a vehicle that's off to the right, and you'll see some flashing lights there. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones and the MTA. Good Friday morning, Mark.
Well, good Friday morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone. A good start out there for travel on the MARC train system. You'll find no major delay or issue. Light rail keeping to the schedule. If that's your ride, good to go for your Friday stretch. But out there on Metro Subway, you'll encounter some delay. At present, it's running 10 minutes late in both directions between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station, so certainly allow time for travel there. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
2 days until the Chiefs and 49ers take center stage in Las Vegas, but to do so, they have to have a clean bill of health. Coming up, what's being done to keep these athletes safe for Sunday's big game.
Lutherville residents are frustrated over a plan to redevelop some abandoned areas. Coming up next, find out why those residents have concerns with the plan. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Oh, you ready? It takes an entire team of medical professionals to keep players safe during the Super Bowl.
The NFL considers everything from the playing surface itself to concussion protocols.
Important. Denise Roche with our Sinclair sister station in Las Vegas has a behind-the-scenes look at preparations for Sunday.
Yeah, the NFL has done a lot of research over the years looking for ways to improve player safety on the field, even designing different helmets for different positions. Now, when a concussion is suspected, you've seen that blue tent on the field where a player is evaluated quickly and privately. We were taken inside that tent today and had a chance to look at the video review system on the field. Is there a hit that needs a second look? And while the Super Bowl is top of mind, of course, right now, the exact same safety protocols are used during every NFL game.
We'll have at least 30 medical providers, which can include athletic trainers, include neurospecialists, include orthopedic specialists, and others, and a lot of independent doctors, which people don't see in case of certain emergencies, like emergency management personnel, the sort of people who took control in the Mar Hamlin last year. We have people who can help with airways. We can have people who can help extract a player off the field and onto the hospital, and do so very expertly, in addition to the doctors and trainers that we have on each sideline with the teams.
And the NFL has also, of course, mapped out evacuation plans, how they would get a player to a hospital if someone does need to be transported. All of these precautions they hope to never need. From Allegiant Stadium, Denise Roche, News 3.
Another dry and mild day. Highs expected to climb into the 50s, maybe even reach the lower 60s. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking our next weather maker and if it will impact your weekend plans.
Baltimore police are investigating a brazen killing caught on camera. Coming up, that exclusive video and what we're learning in this investigation. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Early Edition. It is Friday, February 9th. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers. It is a Super Bowl weekend, and there's a lot of activities leading up to it. In fact, we're doing something tomorrow not related to it, but you need to come out to the convention center.
Yes, the Be More Healthy Expo is happening, and meteorologist Justin Chambers says it's going to be good driving weather to head out there.
Yeah, not too bad. Depends on what time you go out. If you go out in the morning time, probably dealing with some rain showers, but our temperatures are going to be well above average. And then later in the afternoon, that rain is going to be moving on. Lots of cloud cover that's out there right now. Our temperatures are not too bad, still chilly, but upper 30s is way different than those 20s that we had. In fact, you can see a lot of us are about 8 to 10 degrees warmer this morning than where we were just 24 hours ago. So on your morning drive, Mr. Bo says we're good to go. Upper 30s and lower 40s, nothing to get in your way, at least weather-wise. And look at that, high as 61 today, mild afternoon. That temperature well above average for this time of year. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
Thank you, Justin. Developing here this morning, Fox 45 News obtained surveillance video of a deadly double shooting in Northeast Baltimore.
Yeah, Shannon Lilly is joining us this morning with the exclusive video and an update on this investigation. Shannon?
Well, police are continuing their investigation this morning, Tom and Megan, as the killer is still on the loose. The moments leading up to that gunfire all caught on camera, as well as the act itself. We do want to warn you, some of the video you're about to see may be disturbing.
I'm being advised that you have a call for a shooting that just came out, Bel Air and Nicholas.
You're looking at the moment shots rang out just before 10 Wednesday night. But let's take this back a few seconds. A group standing outside the 7-Eleven, words are exchanged. Then that subject in black reaches towards his waistband, walks away. Seconds later, shots are fired. The shooter then turning his attention to the passenger of the white vehicle, opening fire before running away. Now, this double shooting happening just a half mile from the Bel Air Edison Safe Streets location, where on New Year's Eve, a 36-year-old man was shot and killed just 2 blocks away. That Safe Street site remains closed amid an FBI investigation. And according to Baltimore police, the 2 victims that were killed on Wednesday night are 32 years old and 40, both of them men. And Tom, their names have not yet been released.
Jen, how are city leaders responding, though, to this violence in the video?
Well, we're not getting a direct response at this time, Tom, to that video, but they are responding to the ongoing violence. Of course, there's frustration. There's ongoing attempts to curb the violence. We did hear from Commissioner Worley a month ago about a separate triple shooting, and he said that at that point he had just never seen so many guns on city streets. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Baltimore County residents are up in arms over a plan to redevelop some abandoned areas in Lutherville. We have Olivia Dance joining us live with why they say county leaders are going through the plan without looking at factors like overcrowded schools. Olivia.
Oh, Megan, you mentioned it. Many overcrowded schools is a big concern for many of the residents in Lutherville. And now a new large apartment complex proposal could just increase enrollment.
You overcrowd schools, you create a generational problem, you create a poor environment for learning, and that's not where we want to be.
Based on this Baltimore County Public Schools survey, Lutherville Laboratories enrollment is sitting at 104%. Not far from Lutherville Station, Hampton Elementary is sitting at 117%, Timonium Elementary 124%, and now there's a possible influx of people to the area from the proposed apartment complex in Lutherville Station. In a statement, a spokesperson for Lutherville Station says the project would still need approval through the county's full development plan process, but they say they welcome dialogue to address issues. All of this, though, is part of the discussion as Baltimore County leaders discuss the future of redevelopment with the Master Plan and Bill 324, which is legislation to rezone certain abandoned and dilapidated commercial hubs. Of course, you can read statements on this from both the Baltimore County executive spokesperson and a spokesperson for Lutherville Station on our website, foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live, I'm Olivia Dance. Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Former President Donald Trump in a race of his own. Overnight, he snagged a win in Nevada caucuses.
Taylor Stewart in our live center with an update in the race for the White House. Taylor.
That's right, you guys. A live look over Las Vegas this morning after a dominant win in the Nevada caucuses. Former President Donald Trump now lays claim to the state's 26 delegates. Another signal that Trump diehards are standing by the former president despite his legal trouble. Now, the line outside of the caucus site in Reno had nearly 1,000 people just 20 minutes after the caucus opened. Former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley, though, skipped the caucuses to run in the state's symbolic primary, and she lost. Former President Donald Trump poked fun at it yesterday at the victory rally just last night.
And last night, you know what happened last night, right? None of the above. So I'd like to congratulate none of the above.
The former president also won the GOP primary in the U.S. Virgin Islands. Next up comes Nikki Haley's home state of South Carolina, with the GOP primary there set for February 24th. We'll, of course, keep our eyes on that and keep you updated here at the Live Center.
All right, Taylor, thank you. Lawmakers discussing a new juvenile crime plan for hours in Annapolis. Still to come, we'll have an inside look at the heated debate.
And the Be More Healthy Expo is coming up this weekend. We're getting a preview this morning here at the Motor House. Coming up next, the Baltimore City Fire Department is going to give us a preview of some demonstrations they'll be doing at the Expo. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
A look over Redding, California. It was underneath a blanket of valley fog Thursday morning. Meanwhile, in Montana, this video chimed in of a little backcountry skiing. And in northeast Wisconsin, a rare treat, rainbow sightings in February. Local viewers chimed in these photos. Usually there are lots of winter snow photos, but near record warmth is making things different this year.
Know your numbers with the help of the Be More Healthy Expo.
Meteorologist Amy Aronson joining us live this morning from Motor House as part of our Be More Healthy Expo, mini expo, I should say. And you've already been saving lives, right? And now we got to find out our blood pressure.
Trying. Yeah, so we are back with Kevin Cartwright, and he's going to talk to us about the importance of blood pressure. This is another demonstration you're going to have happening out there tomorrow at the convention center.
Yes, we're going to have a number of health displays, and one of the most important things we want people to be aware of is to know your numbers.
Right.
High blood pressure affects more than 122 million people over 20 years of age. Oftentimes it's hereditary, so knowing your numbers is really important, and it's considered that blood pressure between 130 to 40 over 80 to 90 is considered high blood pressure. And exercising, eating healthy are ways to be able to drop that blood pressure so that you can live a long and healthy life.
Okay, so I'm actually going to get mine tested this morning. I figure I'll take advantage of this while I'm here. Yeah, why not? So this is something they'll be doing at the Expo, right? So just like this. So talk me through what she's doing here.
Absolutely. Oftentimes people may stop by a fire station or, encounter our paramedics in the midst of their work. And they want to get their blood pressure checked because they don't know. And it's good to know your numbers, get it checked as often as you can, at least once a month. A lot of people eat unhealthy foods, and those unhealthy foods contribute to you having high blood pressure. And what high blood pressure is, it's simply just the volume of blood that's pumping through your blood vessels that's simply just a little bit too high. And as a result of that, some people can suffer some ill effects. Dizziness, leading to actually stroke and heart attack. So minimizing them, being evaluated by your health practitioner, your doctor, can help you get on the right track to live a long and healthy life.
Okay, awesome. How am I doing?
You're alive.
I'm alive, right? Okay, if you want more information on coming out to the Health Expo tomorrow, head over to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. So I know you both are going to be out there. Maybe you guys should stop by, get your blood pressure done too. Yeah. Pretty easy. Well, I'd recommend it.
Yours is probably low. She's such a pro. I mean, even being on live
calm.
TV.
No big deal.
Amy,
I hope so.
We're going to hope that you all join us for our Be More Healthy Expo again tomorrow. It's at the Baltimore Convention Center. It's a free event. There's health screenings, as Amy has been demonstrating for us. We've got cooking and dance demonstrations. Get up, get moving. And, of course, a chance to meet your favorite Fox 45 News personalities. Again, the Be More Healthy Expo runs tomorrow, Saturday, February 10th from 10 a.m. through 4 p.m. Hope to see you there.
Activists are changing the words that we use in real time like never before. Still ahead, how they're doing it to achieve their political and social goals.
And with all the terrorism being committed by Iran-backed Islamic extremist groups in the Middle East, we take a closer look at where the U.S. stands on enforcing sanctions against Iran. It is 6:43, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
6:46 and topping your morning rush in Annapolis, hours of intense debate over Democrats' new juvenile crime proposal. Well, Olivia Nance is joining us live from the state capitol with what lawmakers were discussing. Olivia.
Well, Tom, those discussions were heated at times as lawmakers met for hours yesterday right here in Annapolis to discuss one of the bills in Democrats' new juvenile crime plan. And we expect further discussions to be held in the coming days. Now, the legislation's aimed at curbing this soaring juvenile crime across the state. Some arguing the bill would issue too harsh of consequences for our children. Others arguing it doesn't go far enough. But those behind the bill are calling it a balanced and sensible solution. Recent reform laws block children under the age of 13 from being charged with certain crimes. But under this new legislation, no matter their age, children would once again face consequences for auto thefts, sexual assaults, firearm offenses, and animal abuse. So coming up in just about 15 minutes, we'll hear arguments from some of those lawmakers as well as concerns from state's attorneys. Back to you.
All right, Olivia, thank you. In the meantime, the city is planning to expand its group violence reduction strategy. It's a program first implemented in the Western District to reduce crime. We have Shannon Lilly joining us live now this morning. And Shannon, not everyone thinks that the program is actually working.
Yeah, exactly, Megan. But the city is adamant that it is working. But there are those that are on the ground, community leaders we're speaking to in the Western District, who just don't see it. Regardless, though, like you said, the city is planning to expand this program into the Eastern District come the spring. And they say that research shows it contributed to 60 fewer homicides and shooting victims in the Western District. But keep in mind, the Western District actually ended last year as the deadliest district in the city. So coming up in 15 minutes, we're going to hear from the mayor on why he believes that is and why that one community leader is accusing the city of lying. Now back to you.
Thank you, Shannon. It's time now, 6:48, and we've got the weekend ahead of us, and it looks like it's going to be a nice warm up today.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers with a look at those numbers and start of a sunrise there.
Yeah, a little bit of the morning glow. That sun comes up just a little bit after 7 o'clock. We do have some cloud cover that is out there now. That's what's kept our temperatures a little bit more on the milder side this morning. Still in the upper 30s, a jacket required, but look at that. How about 61 this afternoon? We do expect those clouds to kind of roll out of here and a warmer afternoon ahead. We are tracking some showers for parts of Saturday, and we're actually seeing a few showers in western Maryland right now being picked up on our HD radar. Kind of smells and feels like rain out there. We're not expecting these to actually move through today, but we'll keep the clouds around for the next few hours. This is all that warm air ahead of that cold front, which is moving through the Central Plains and the upper Midwest. So this is a look at our hourly future scan taking us through noon today, and notice the southerly wind. Those are the red arrows right there. That's that milder air, and we should get those clouds to move out, possibly some good bright sunny skies for your Friday afternoon. Definitely feeling a little spring-ish. Now, tomorrow morning, we'll start with cloud cover, and we'll have a few scattered showers around in the morning time and potentially a few more of those leftover showers for tomorrow afternoon. We're not tracking a lot of rain on Saturday, but definitely the mild conditions will be with us before we start to get cooler next week. So here's a look at the bus stop forecast. Beep, beep. As those kids head out this morning, numbers are in the 30s next hour, mid-50s through noontime. And when you pick them up, we're talking upper 50s and lower 60s. So overall, mild conditions for the day. 45 is where we typically are this time of year. We're going to be about 15 degrees above average, depending on where you live. Even the eastern shore in the mid to upper 50s still well above average today, with lower 60s for Baltimore down through Columbia, Laurel, D.C. at 62, 63 in Richmond, even mid 50s if you're heading down the ocean. All right, here's a look at our temperature tracker here. Low to mid 60s today and tomorrow. Notice those numbers come back down, but still above average through Sunday and even Monday. And Tuesday is going to be our coldest day, but even that day is in the upper 40s. So you'll definitely feel some more cooler air on the way early next week. Future scan is looking mainly dry for today. Here comes that next weather maker with a couple of those scattered showers around for parts of the day tomorrow. Then that cold front comes through. Sunday is going to be cloudy. We'll keep most of the rain to the south of us Sunday afternoon. So overall, just those cloudy conditions. And then our next weather maker is a little bit more interesting on Monday, especially Monday night to Tuesday morning. You can kind of see that light blue right there, where some of us may see some wet snow mixed in with some of that rain by the time we get into your Tuesday morning commute. So here's that 7-day forecast. Overall, our temperatures again above average. After we get through that next weather maker on Tuesday, we'll see the drier conditions through the middle of next week.
The road to the big game is sponsored by Royal Farms.
Students at one Arizona high school will be among the millions who will be tuning in to watch the big game on Sunday. And they're going to be cheering on the conference champs and also a hometown hero of theirs.
The team's star quarterback Brock Purdy attended Perry High School in Gilbert. Thursday, the students picked up special swag from the honored, their famous alumnus, shirts reading Brock Nation.
Now, the street Perry Puma Drive has also temporarily been named Brock Purdy Way. But regardless of whether he wins or loses, students say he has already made his community proud.
Oh, he's going to win. We want to see how you're enjoying the big game this year. Scan the QR code right there on your screen. It will take you to our website where you can upload your pictures and videos. It's all powered by Stackla.
Americans are breaking the bank for prescription drugs. Coming up, what Congress is doing to address this national concern.
Well, guess what? Now it's time that we need to get another burst of energy.
Yep, let's take a coffee break.
.655 and CEOs of three of the biggest pharmaceutical companies appearing on Capitol Hill to explain why Americans pay so much more for prescription drugs than in any other country.
National correspondent Atra Al-Nashar reports on the steps that Congress is considering to bring down costs at the pharmacy.
For too many Americans, the drugs prescribed to them by their doctor are out of reach.
The cost of prescription drugs, it's like a bag of heavy rocks.
The CEOs of Merck, Johnson & Johnson, and Bristol-Myers Squibb appearing before senators Thursday to defend their prices and why Americans pay so much more than other wealthy nations for the same drugs.
Johnson & Johnson charges Americans with arthritis $79,000 for Stelara, when that same exact product can be purchased for just $20,000 in Canada.
Do you agree that the United States is paying for Innovation for the rest of the world?
Yeah, that seems pretty much it.
According to CDC research published last summer, more than 8% of adults 18 to 64 skipped their necessary prescribed medication because of the cost. Those in fair or poor health and those with disabilities were about 3 times more likely to go without.
We're focusing on prices today, but we also need to think about innovation as a way to fix the problem.
Lawmakers of both parties grilling the CEOs for spending more on stock buybacks and dividends than developing new drugs. What the solution is, that's where Congress is split.
What do you say to your constituents who cannot afford their prescription drugs?
I totally agree with that. But the one thing that we got to understand, it takes a lot of money to come up with new drugs.
We need to ramp up the number of drugs that are being negotiated. We need to make sure that Medicare is getting a fair price.
Drug makers blame pharmacy benefit managers, or PBMs, who serve as intermediaries between insurance, pharmacies, and pharmaceutical companies, calling them out in ads like this.
I don't make as much money off this one. Hope you feel better.
Both sides spent tens of millions of dollars last year lobbying Congress, according to public filings.
I think the healthcare lobbies are the strongest back home in our own states and out here in D.C.
It's done little to help the 1 in 4 Americans who, according to Kaiser Family Foundation, say it's difficult to afford their medication. On Capitol Hill, I'm Atrel Nishar reporting.
All right, Atra, thank you. Turning now to Annapolis, where state lawmakers met this week for a hearing over an expansion to the Maryland Prescription Drug Affordability Board. The board is currently authorized to establish upper payment limits for certain high-cost drugs paid for by state and local governments. The new legislation would allow them to develop similar payment limits for all Marylanders.
It's a CMR. A city program aimed at reducing violence is expanding. Coming up, why some on the ground believe it won't make a difference.
And debate in Annapolis over the Democrats' new juvenile crime plan. Olivia Dance will have everything you need to know about the arguments from lawmakers.
Temperatures are not as cold this morning with that cloud cover out there, but we'll talk about some more sunshine and warmer temperatures for the afternoon.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
6:58 on this Friday morning, February 9th. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gilland. Welcome to the weekend and a warm-up. About time.
Yeah, meteorologist Justin Chambers breaking down our forecast not only on a Friday, but through the Super Bowl weekend.
Yeah, absolutely right. We had 56 yesterday, so we've been above average pretty much the entire month of February so far, and we're going to continue that trend today. Now, a lot of cloud cover is out there at this time. Sun comes up here in just a few minutes from right now, but our temps are in the upper 30s and lower 40s, so that's definitely warmer than we've been the last couple of mornings for sure. So as you head out the door, you'll definitely still need a jacket, but have the sunglasses ready to go because we expect to see more sunshine breaking through later in the day. No need for the umbrella today, but different story for tomorrow as some rain is on the way. Mr. Bo, though, says we're good to go. Numbers staying in the 40s for the next couple of hours. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
All right, thank you, Justin. It's your Len Stoller Traffic Network, and taking a live look around the Beltway around Baltimore area, and in the green around the Beltway, the only incidents 95 right above White Marsh Boulevard. There's a vehicle on the shoulder, and also 270 South right near Fingerboard Road. There's 2 vehicles involved there, and they're also now over to the shoulder, but it is causing some delays.
In Washington, there are some Republican lawmakers that are banding together, calling to invoke the 25th Amendment. We have Taylor Stewart joining us from our live center with more on why they say it is time for President Joe Biden to step down. What are you hearing, Taylor?
That's right. Some Republicans are saying Biden is not fit for office, and we'll explain why they want to invoke the 25th Amendment in just a second here. But starting off the live look over the White House this morning, just yesterday, the Justice Department released a report that found the president willfully retained classified materials. A searing report released Thursday from the DOJ details not only how President Biden mishandled classified documents following his time as vice president, but also raises serious concerns about his memory. You recall these photos released by the DOJ just last year of classified military and national security documents stashed in his office. Now, take a listen to his comments in response.
These assertions are not only misleading, they're just plain wrong. My memory is fine.
He focused on the fact that charges were not filed against him, unlike former President Donald Trump, who's facing multiple criminal charges related to his handling of classified documents. Republicans were quick to react.
The special counsel's observation was pretty stunning. It's unnerving that the world can see this.
Now, that's why some Republicans say they're, quote, exploring the option of invoking the 25th Amendment. It's a procedure for replacing the president in the event of death, resignation, or incapacitation. In this case, Republicans say it's because the president's memory is failing. According to the latest NBC News poll, though, 3/4 of voters say they are concerned about the mental and physical fitness of the president. That includes half of all Democrats. We'll keep our eyes on this and keep you updated. Megan.
All right, Taylor, thank you. We are following two major stories in the fight against crime in Baltimore City and across Maryland.
First, city leaders are planning on expanding the group violence reduction strategy, but critics are challenging its effectiveness.
And in Annapolis, hours of intense debate over Democrats' new juvenile crime proposal.
This morning, we have live team coverage looking into the questions surrounding both crime proposals.
In just a few minutes, Olivia Dance will be joining us live with more on the heated discussion in Annapolis.
First, we turn to Shannon Lilly with a look into the city's crime plan and to expand the group violence reduction strategy and why some have lingering questions. Shannon?
Yeah, so the city, Tom and Megan, is planning to expand GVRS in the Eastern District come spring. Meanwhile, there are those who are not convinced that this program was effective in reducing crime in the Western District, where it was first launched 2 years ago, and Doc Cheatham is one of them.
I have not seen not one of those folks here. I've not seen GVRS, Safe Streets, Ceasefire, We Are Us. None of them have been here.
Now, Cheatham is president of the largest community in the city's Western District and is keenly aware of who is and isn't fighting crime in the community. The group violence reduction strategy was implemented in the area to provide services to those who show the potential to commit crimes. And at a news conference yesterday, city leaders touted its success, with researchers who studied the first year and a half of the program estimating it helped reduce homicides by 25%. But what city leaders failed to mention is that the Western District ended last year with more homicides than any other district in the city. And now the mayor is speaking on how that could happen. Listen.
We did redistricting, right? So halfway through the year, parts of the district were added in that weren't parts in the district the week before, and that crime came with that.
Now, researchers predict that the program contributed to 60 fewer homicides and shooting victims in the Western District. Still, those on the ground like Cheatham just find that hard to believe. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. In your Session 2024 coverage, lawmakers in Annapolis are facing strife as debate erupts over the Democrats' new juvenile crime plan. We have Olivia Dance joining us live now this morning with the arguments from both sides of this. Olivia.
That's right, Megan. State Democrats' new juvenile crime plan is now up for debate right here in Annapolis. Lawmakers met yesterday for hours to discuss one of those bills, and we expect further discussions to be held in the coming days. Now, the legislation is aimed at curbing the soaring juvenile crime all across the state. Some arguing the bill would issue too harsh of consequences for our children. Others arguing it doesn't go far enough. But those that are behind the bill are calling it a balanced and sensible solution. Now, recent reform laws block children under the age of 13 from being charged with certain crimes. But under this new legislation, no matter their age, children would once again face consequences for auto thefts, sexual assaults, firearm offenses, and animal abuse.
Our gun crimes year over year are up 220%. My auto thefts are over 200% up year over year. My carjackings are up 85%. Number of young people shot has increased. Last year we had 40.
Last year, we were referred over 1,000 juvenile cases, primarily cases that are felonies that involve very serious offenses.
At the end of the day, everybody wants the same thing. We want positive young people. They are our future. No matter what happens, those are our children.
Well, we just heard from state's attorneys from all across the state who argue crime numbers from their offices show juvenile crime spiraling out of control in the last year, but still lawmakers debating back and forth.
Of an all-terrain vehicle. Those cases seem to be particularly toxic in my district. Under this bill, and I think these crimes are very relevant, I think it's a great idea, but it wouldn't capture cases where youth is kind of escalated.
This bill is about placing the failings of adults on very young children and children accused of committing minor offenses.
It's still up in the air whether or not lawmakers will make any amendments to the bill based off the arguments that were made during yesterday's hearing. But of course, for any updates, you can head to our website, foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live in Annapolis, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. One of the Democrats' priorities focusing on extending probation for young offenders. Supporters of the plan want to boost probation length, arguing the current system does not allow enough time for proper rehabilitation. They also want to give judges and state's attorneys more discretion over when a child should be kept on probation and when they should be released.
Because sometimes we have parents who call us and say, I don't know what to do. He's not listening, and our hands are tied because we don't have any response other than to set yet another hearing where the child is told by the magistrate or the judge, yet again, you have to follow the rules of probation, and the child has no response.
Public defenders pushing back, arguing the current system under the Juvenile Justice Reform Act allows children a fair chance to leave probation on good behavior. Probation has been a point of contention between lawmakers and Juvenile Services Secretary Vincent Giraldi. He has argued against probation completely, saying that he does not believe it makes anyone less likely to commit another crime.
It is 7:07 on this Friday morning. Time to get a check of our forecast.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers, he's in-house and he's ready to go for the weekend. Yeah, not bad at all this weekend, really.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of cloud cover that's out there right now with temperatures that are well above average for this time of year. And even this time of morning, too. The last couple of mornings, we've been hanging out in the 20s and 30s, but we're seeing some 40s here, even in Baltimore City down through Salisbury, and 50s just to the west of us for the Ohio River Valley. So we're going to get in on some of those warmer numbers for the afternoon, tracking some showers for parts of tomorrow. And then another weather maker comes in early next week. That's a little bit more interesting. Out for a run or a jog next few hours. Yeah, maybe just an extra layer with lower 40s, overall chilly conditions, but back into the afternoon, we should warm up real nicely. And we'll have a look at those temperatures, not only today, but for tomorrow as well, coming up in a few. Tom.
All right, thank you, Justin. Now let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network. Some good news all morning long here as we're taking a live look over Ruxton and Charles Street here, where traffic's moving along nicely on almost all major roads. The only thing, two fender benders, one 270 southbound right in Urbana, and that's causing a delay. So on your southbound there, because two vehicles involved. The other one is northbound 95. It's on the right side, right past White Marsh Boulevard, and that is not causing any delays.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by Johns Hopkins University and Medicine.
Well, 7:08 and looking ahead this morning, the Be More Healthy Expo happening this weekend, and we want to give you a sneak peek of what you can expect when you head out.
Meteorologist Amy Aronson has been doing just that. She's joining us live this morning with the Johns Hopkins Expungement Clinic and Resource Fair for a Be More Healthy mini expo sneak peek here, Amy.
Yeah, that's right. Joseph Sarchia is joining us this morning, telling us about it from Johns Hopkins University. You're going to be providing some important information involving the potential for opportunities, job opportunities at the Expo tomorrow. So tell me a little bit about what people can expect when they come visit you guys there.
Yes, absolutely, and thank you for having us. So we really much look forward to the Be More Expo because we're able to come out behind Johns Hopkins University and health system, and we're able to engage the community around potential career opportunities.
That's awesome.
So we welcome people to come by the booth, talk to us. Let's see how their talent can connect with positions that we have open.
Yeah, and what type of positions are you looking for to talk to people about?
And that's what we look forward to the most. So many people think if we're a university, you have to be a professor, or with the health system, you have to be a doctor. But we have a myriad of positions out, from dining services to HVAC positions to environmental services to administrative assisting. We have something for everyone at Johns Hopkins.
That's awesome. I know Johns Hopkins is so big in this community, so it's great to see you looking for other folks to join you all.
Yes, and we look forward to it.
Okay, awesome. So people can find you at the Convention Center tomorrow. If you want more information on everyone who's going to be out at the Be More Healthy Expo, head over to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. And I think coming up next, guys, we're going to change gears completely, and we've got a healthy food demonstration for you all. So we are getting it all this morning, fitting it all in to give everyone a preview.
Thank you, Amy. Sounds great. Well, here's a look at the stories that are making headlines this hour. Ukrainian president dismissing his top general. Why he did it and how the country's reacting.
And we have how law enforcement is reacting as city leaders double down on the group violence reduction strategy. It is 7:10. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
7:13, and Baltimore City leaders are moving forward and expanding the gun violence reduction strategy program to yet another district in Baltimore City. The Western District was the city's pilot location for the program. It started in 2022 before including the Southern District last year to now Central and Eastern districts who are falling under this program. Well, joining us now with results of the program from the National Police Association retired Sergeant Betsy Smith. Sergeant, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Now, we are using ARPA funds. So we had federal funds that came from all taxpayers. We're using it $50 million here, boosting the $20 million program for GVRS. The Western District, now there's debate on really how effective the Western District is, but Baltimore City Mayor brought in the experts from University of Penn that said, well, over the 18-month study, there is a difference here, and it is effectively stopping some violence in that area. Do you agree?
Well, when you look at the statistics, first of all, you've got to remember that in 2023, the Western District ended up with 41 homicides. That's a high number. There is a slight reduction in things like carjackings and other group-involved crime that we call that gang crime. But you also have to look at individual crime. You know, robberies have not gone down, burglaries have not gone down. So yes, the university says this is a success, but when we look at crime prevention strategies, there's a theory called displacement, and you're going to need a lot more long-term data to find out, did we just displace certain criminals to other districts, thus making the Western District slightly safer? This is the type of program that you have to commit to long-term.
Sergeant Smith, yeah, and that's what we've heard. We've actually heard people in the city say, well, we're going to try it here, and if we did displace that, once we expand it, you'll be able to see exactly how effective it is. Just give us a number of years and a lot more millions of dollars for your tax funds, because the ARPA funds are gone. So now it's going to be falling on the state and the city funds to be coming in to keep going with these programs.
And this is what typically happens in a pilot program like this. It's great to study it, and we do need to study crime prevention strategies. But what I would do if I were city leadership, I'd go talk to the cops in the Western District. Not leadership. I would talk to the street cops and the gang crimes experts and the robbery homicide experts and see, do they really believe that this strategy is working? One of the things about this strategy is it aims to keep people out of prison. So I would also talk to the crime victims and see if they think this strategy is working. We've got to put victims first, cops right up there, and the criminals last. And unfortunately, sometimes people need to go to prison. That's how you reduce violent crime.
One other aspect in here, I know that we heard from the University of Pennsylvania representing the study that was 18 months. In the middle of that study, though, there was a change in messaging. We lost a city state's attorney that went to a different one, who is now Ivan Bates, speaking against violence and speaking out, saying, hey, the other one was saying we're not going to worry about low-level crimes, what she deemed that way. Now we've got one saying, no, we're going after everyone, especially low-level crimes, because that way it works way up to the top. Do you think that had a factor in these numbers?
Well, yes, and so did redistricting. But you know, and when we talk about those types of crime strategies, you know, that low-level crime that's called broken windows policing, we were extremely successful with that in the 90s. Started in New York, swept across the country, including Baltimore. So we know what works. We need to instead, you know, so perhaps instead of spending millions of dollars with this program, the city of Baltimore might look at broken windows policing. I would ask, is this a political program because the mayor's coming up on re-election eventually, or is it really a proven strategy that's going to work for the citizens?
Retired Sergeant Betsy Smith, thank you so much for your expertise.
Thanks for having me.
It is 7:18 here. Heading into a weekend, we want to get a check of your forecast.
Yeah, if you're heading out to the Be More Healthy Expo, you may want to grab the umbrella, at least when you're heading down there, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just a couple of hit and miss showers for Saturday, guys. That's what we're talking about. Not a lot of rain, but just know you may get a little bit wet, whether you're heading in or heading out, depending on what time you get there tomorrow. Looking at our downtown Baltimore camera, lots of cloud cover out there. So the sun is now up. We just can't see it yet. But as we get later into the day, we should see these clouds break up a bit. And we've actually seen seen temperatures that have been more on the milder side. I mean, a little chilly, but not that 20 and, teens that we saw, those 20s and teens over the last couple of weeks. So 40 your temperature right now at BWI. We are seeing just a few light showers that were being picked up on HD radar, especially in western Maryland. But for the most part, we are nice and dry. We're tracking that next weather maker, a cold front, which is right now parked around the Midwest and through the Central Plains. But overall, still staying mainly dry, even though you can see a few showers back into parts of Tennessee and to the Mid-South as well. This is what our hourly future scan looks like. So taking you through noon, we do expect those clouds to break up. The red arrows indicating that warmer air that's moving in, and overall should see some sunshine as we head into the afternoon. More clouds roll in late tonight, and then a couple of showers early tomorrow morning, right around noon till about 1, 2, and into the 3 o'clock hour, some spotty showers as well on your Saturday. And then will clouds stay with us on Sunday? For the most part, we're dry Sunday, but we'll take a closer look at that next weather maker. That's early next week in just a sec. Our coffee cast overall next few hours. Enjoy that cup of joe with us this morning. Low to mid 40s. That sun up until 5:36 this afternoon. And temperatures on your MetroCast day planner 46 by 10 a.m. That's the average high, or near the average high for this time of year for the afternoon. Not today, friends. We're going to be in the upper 50s and lower 60s through about 2, 3 o'clock. And even if you're heading out to happy hour or maybe date night tonight, looking at upper 50s and cooling down after about 5, 6 p.m. once that sun goes down as well. Let's check the temperatures in your neighborhood. Hereford zone over to the Reisterstown region, Cockeysville, Hunt Valley, out through Perry Hall and White Marsh in the mid to upper 50s. 57 in Dundalk, some lower 60s for you in downtown Baltimore. In Hartford and Cecil counties, mainly mid 50s, a little cooler to the north and to the east, but still in the above average category. And even tomorrow with mid 60s, we have to deal with some rain here and there, but overall our temperatures are well above average. They do come down a bit into Sunday and Monday, and notice it kind of bottom out there on Tuesday in the upper 40s. That's going to be that colder air coming in with that next weather maker. Our future scan, though, overall not looking too bad. We are going to see a couple of spotty showers as we showed you tomorrow as that front makes its way here. And then Sunday, most of the rain is going to stay to the south of us. Even though this model wants to bring it into Baltimore City, may see a few stray showers, but it looks like the bulk of the rain is kind of Baltimore and south for you in Anne Arundel County out toward the eastern shore in southern Maryland. Monday starts off dry, but by Monday afternoon, evening, that's when that next weather maker comes in. And look at that blue right there Monday night. So some of that could mix over on the Mason-Dixon line, kind of a wet, slushy snow that will be possible early Tuesday morning. Doesn't look like we'll actually see accumulation because we've got some very warm ground temperatures. And you look at the temps too. I mean, even on Monday night into Tuesday morning, we're only dropped to about 40 degrees. So overnight, just not enough to have actual snow kind of sticking. But it might be a little interesting, especially on your Tuesday morning commute before we dry out later next week. Tom?
All right, let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network, and we do have one major incident that is unfolding right now. In fact, you're taking a live look right here. This is 95 South, just south of 195. We know of at least 4 vehicles that are damaged that they're working on. 2 on the south side, 2 on the north side. If you look down at the south side, there's a ladder truck, a fire truck that's over there to your right, and an ambulance just backed in there. There's a vehicle that's in the median that is flipped on its side, another one that's smashed up pretty bad in there. So not sure exactly how many vehicles. We're still getting that information as they're working it out right now, but at least 4 vehicles involved here, both north and south, 95, just south of 195.
Well, here is a live look now from our Len Stoller mobile track. This is on 695 West in Linthicum Heights, and we've got traffic moving very nicely through that stretch.
Coming up, a deadly double shooting in northeast Baltimore, and we have more on this investigation and exclusive video of the incident.
And the president not pleased with Israel's handling of their war against Hamas. Just after the break, we have Biden's remarks on the war in Gaza. 7:22 now on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Continuing coverage on the war between Ukraine and Russia. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky dismissing his top general.
This marks the most important leadership shakeup in the country since Russia invaded nearly 2 years ago.
I am grateful to General Zaluzhny for 2 years of defense. I'm grateful for every victory that we have achieved together.
In a video address, President Zelensky defended his decision to replace his general Zaluzhny, saying that Ukraine needs a different approach to managing the front line and military conscriptions. Well, the outgoing general is beloved among the rank and file in Ukraine's armed forces for how he handled the early days of the invasion. Some public opinion polls show he's more popular than Zelensky. A live look now at the White House as President Biden expresses discontent with Israel's handling the war in Gaza.
The conduct of the response in Gaza, in the Gaza Strip, has been over the top.
Well, the comment comes as 26,000 Palestinians living in Gaza have been killed since Israel launched its counteroffensive against Hamas. Countless more have been wounded and forced from their homes, and hundreds of thousands face starvation. Biden has quietly urged Israel to temper its response, but Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says there will be no pullback until Hamas is dismantled.
Coming up, a mix of clouds and sun with temperatures in the 60s. Meteorologist Justin Chambers has more on our next chance for rain in his Weather Authority forecast.
And a new development in Lutherville has some residents concerned. Ahead, we have what is planned and why it's causing pushback. 7:27 now on Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News on this Friday, February 9th. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we have a curious meteorologist going on. You all right on there?
I saw him stretching over there.
Was he stretching, or were you looking for something?
Yeah, 7:30 stretch is all good. Getting the blood flowing here for you on your Friday morning as we look outside. Lots of cloud cover that is out there right now, and our temperatures that are a little milder than we've been the last couple of mornings. In fact, when we pull up that temperature map, 39 Woodlawn, 38 Cockeysville, Hunt Valley, lower 40s in Baltimore City down through Brooklyn Park, and some of us about 8 to 10 degrees warmer than where we were just 24 hours ago. So on your quick glance forecast, how about a high of 61 today, about 5 degrees warmer than yesterday, and keeping the above average trend as we head into the weekend. We'll be in the mid 60s tomorrow, even though we have some light rain showers, and Sunday's cloudy, but again, temps stay in the 50s, so mild conditions. A different type of weather maker is rolling in early next week, and we'll take a closer look at that coming up in a few.
Thank you, Justin. Developing this morning, Fox 45 News has some surveillance video of a deadly double shooting that happened in northeast Baltimore.
We have Shannon Lilly joining us with more on the exclusive video and an update now on this investigation. Shannon.
Well, police continue their investigation this morning, Megan and Tom, as that killer is still on the loose. The moments leading up to the gunfire and the act itself all caught on camera. We do want to warn you, some of the video you're about to see may be disturbing.
I'm the advised that you have a call for a shooting that just came out, Bel Air and Nicholas.
You're looking at the moment shots rang out just before 10 on Wednesday night. But let's take this back a few seconds. Take a look here. A group is standing outside the 7-Eleven. Words are exchanged. Then the subject in black there reaches towards his waistband, walks away. Seconds later, shots are fired. The shooter then turning his attention to the passenger of the white vehicle, opening fire again before running away. This double shooting happening just a half mile from the Bel Air Edison Safe Streets location, where on New Year's Eve, a 36-year-old man was shot and killed just 2 blocks away. That Safe Street site remains closed amid an FBI investigation. Meanwhile, Commissioner Worley is now speaking on the number of guns in the city following a different triple shooting last month.
I said the other day that I don't get frustrated at just the amount of guns on the street. I've never seen so many.
Now, according to Baltimore police, the 2 victims that were killed in Wednesday night's shooting were 32 years old and 40 years old, both of them men. And at this time, their names have not been released. Reporting live from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. 7:32, and Baltimore County residents are up in arms over a plan to redevelop some abandoned areas in Lutherville. Olivia Dance joining us live this morning with why they say county leaders are going through with the plan without looking at the factors like overcrowded schools. Olivia.
Yeah, Tom, you mentioned it. Overcrowded schools is a big concern for many residents in Lutherville, and now a large apartment complex proposal could just increase enrollment.
There are students in trailers and they don't have enough teachers. The facilities themselves are failing.
Based on this Baltimore County Public Schools survey, Lutherville Laboratories enrollment is sitting at 104%. Not far from Lutherville Station, Hampton Elementary is sitting at 117%, and then Timonium Elementary 124%. And now there's a possible influx of people to the area from the proposed apartment complex in Lutherville Station. In a statement, a spokesperson for Lutherville Station says the project would still need approval through the county's full development plan process. They say they welcome dialogue, though, to address issues. But this is all part of the discussion as Baltimore County leaders discuss the future of redevelopment with the master plan and Bill 324, which is legislation to rezone certain abandoned and dilapidated commercial hubs. Of course, though, you can read statements on this from both the Baltimore County executive spokesperson and a spokesperson for Lutherville Station on our website, foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Olivia, thank you. Baltimore City Council President Nick Mosby sitting down with a one-on-one interview with Fox 45 News talking about his testimony during his ex-wife, former City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby's federal trial.
Now, during his testimony in that trial, federal prosecutors alleged that Mosby claimed charitable donations that were not real. They also claimed in 2014 he was $18,000 behind on his mortgage payments and had his car repossessed.
He also admitted to lying to the public about the tax lien on the couple's home. Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost pressing him about that.
It was my colleague who asked about the tax lien that was on your property. You said that it had been taken care of, but that was a lie.
Yeah.
Why did you lie to the public?
Well, at the time, I still didn't realize that there was a formal tax lien. It's a lot of complications with the way it was actually entered, but it was a personal matter, and I should have addressed it as a personal matter. So I regret that, and I think I've said that, and I'll constantly say that. So it's an opportunity for me to grow and learn from that.
Can the voters trust that you won't lie to them again?
I think the voters do trust that and know who I am. They know my integrity. They know my character.
Fox 45 News was with Nick Mosby when he filed to run for re-election just yesterday.
The filing deadline for any candidate who wants to run for public office in Maryland is in just a few hours, actually at 9 o'clock this morning.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by the West Baltimore Rich Collaborative.
Well, looking ahead this morning, Be More Healthy Expo happening tomorrow, and we want to give you a sneak peek of what you can expect.
That's right. Meteorologist Amy Aronson is joining us live this morning with the West Baltimore Rich Collaborative for a Be More Healthy mini expo sneak peek here, Amy.
Yeah, that's right. And I wish you guys could smell what we're smelling right now, because we're actually talking about healthy food options. And I'm joined by two nurses who know a thing or two about healthy eating. So I want to start with you, Kathy. What kind of stuff are you guys going to be doing out at the expo tomorrow?
Well, tomorrow we will be actually providing two specific meals with the Baltimore Rich Collaborative and Coppin State University. We will be doing chicken arrozo soup, as well as smoothies, vegetable smoothies. The soup will cost less than 2 Big Mac meals for those who go do fast food a lot.
That's awesome.
As well as its ability to actually feed a family of 4 to 5. So that's really good for the people who live in these urban communities who don't have the opportunity to actually go out and buy food every day.
And it's important to eat healthy for many, many reasons. Talk about some of them.
Oh, cardiovascular risk. In urban communities, you have over 65% of those communities having high blood pressure, diabetes, hyperlipidemia. And the issue with that is that we really need to address that because it costs us so much money over time. It's hard on the families as well as the entire community because you lose your family members and you have these younger people perpetuating in poor health habits.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, now let's talk about what we've got here, the good stuff, right? You did the preparation.
I did a preparation of chicken and orzo soup. It's just 6 quick, easy ingredients. I followed a recipe here. It's just a matter of whatever protein you want to use. It calls for boiling chicken, but I baked the chicken for us today. I used all the seasons are no sodium, so it's just like Mrs. Dash and garlic and onion, and then you pair it with the some chicken stock, and then you have a soup. And the thing about orzo is that it absorbs a lot of the broth, so it's a nice hearty meal. It packs well for lunch the next day.
Yes, good
and like she
leftovers.
said, it feeds a large family, and then it's heart healthy.
That's great.
So we substitute egg noodles, which are high in cholesterol, for a pasta that is a lot less. Well, it has no cholesterol in it, actually.
Yeah,
So,
great, awesome. And I'm sure it didn't take you long to prepare.
It did not take long. This is it takes longer to prepare the protein, but otherwise this is a quick and easy meal. It feeds a large family. If you want to try it, you can.
Yeah, of course
It's really
I will.
good.
Okay, awesome. Thank
and this
you.
is one of the things that we're going to have sampling at the Healthy Expo for the people. And
Nothing like soup for breakfast, right,
Yeah,
guys?
soup for
Yeah,
breakfast.
I know. Are you guys jealous? We've got 2 more cups here. Would you
Okay.
guys like me to bring one
That's
back for each
perfect.
of you?
Thank you, Amy. That'd be great. Yeah. And of course, we'll get them tomorrow morning. I get to work the cooking stage with them tomorrow morning at 10 at the Be More Healthy Expo. If you're planning on putting some money on the big game that's happening, 49ers or Chiefs ahead of Sunday's game, you may want to listen to what experts have to say before you do. We have more on the dangers of sports betting.
And it may just be a little cloudy now, but there is rain on the way. Ahead, meteorologist Justin Chambers has more on Saturday's showers. It's 7:39 on Fox 45 Morning News, a local all morning.
18 minutes in front of 8 o'clock on your Friday morning. Lots of cloud cover here. You can see this from our Towson cam, but the sun is up, and we do expect these clouds to eventually roll on out of here, so we should have some more sunshine later today. Temps 30s and 40s right now, so not as cold as we've been the last couple of mornings. So as you head out the door, grab the jacket and the sunglasses, even though you might not think you need them right now, and really don't need the umbrella today. But tomorrow is a different story as we are tracking some showers rolling in. If you want to get out for a run or a jog or just a walk around the neighborhood, temps in the lower 40s for the next few hours.
All right, Justin, thank you. Here are your remaining headlines this hour.
Coming up, an Arizona school is honoring their NFL alum ahead of the Super Bowl. We have more on their celebrations and the street they're dedicating to them.
And the dangers of sports betting. We are looking at what you need to consider before putting some money down on the Super Bowl. 7:42 now on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by the University of Maryland School of Medicine.
As the NFL takes over Las Vegas this weekend for the big game, many Americans are upping the ante as consumers are expected to bet a whopping $23.1 billion. This comes as a Siena College poll finds that 38% of gamblers have felt they bet more than they should have, and 15% of all Americans report knowing someone who has or had an online sports betting problem. This morning, Mary Drexler, the program director for the Maryland Center of Excellence on Problem Gambling at the University of Maryland School of Medicine, is joining us live to weigh in on this. Mary, good morning. Thanks for joining us.
Oh, good morning, and thank you for having us.
Let's start at the very basics. How do you know you have a problem and you're not just having a little fun?
Well, number one, you become preoccupied with the gambling activity, and that's all that you keep thinking about. You start lying about your gambling activity or how much you're gambling. Your relationships, and that could be family relationships, even conflict with your job, start to begin to, impact your daily living. I think some others are you try to cut back or stop, and you can't.
I was going to ask you that. Is it an addiction?
It definitely is an addiction. I don't think a lot of people yet recognize it as an addiction, but it is that same brain activity that you get when you are using a substance or alcohol. Your brain gets fired up when you are enthralled in gambling activity.
If you find that you're fitting into that category, how do you remove yourself from that situation and pull back?
Well, number one, remember to gamble for entertainment, not for a way to win money or to gain more money. I think you need to set a budget and stick to it if you're going to choose to gamble. Don't chase your losses. If you've lost, you think, oh, I'm going to win it back and more. Be careful not to do that. Don't drink or use substances while you're engaged in gambling behavior, because it's going to alter the decisions that you make, and balance it with other recreational activities.
That's good advice there. Are you seeing more people placing bets now that it has become legal and easier online?
Yeah, I think mobile and online betting is attracting a younger adult population. College age to about 35 is what's being seen. It's so easy. You don't have to get up and go anywhere. You can sit on your living room couch and you can place bets, and not just on who wins or loses, but on almost every play of the game.
And you made a good point, though. If you're doing it within your means and for fun, that doesn't mean that you have a problem. You're enjoying it and having a good time. It's when it exceeds that.
Yeah, and about 90% of people can do it recreationally, but there is a percentage, 2 to 5%, who would be develop a problem, and another percentage that could be at risk. A good way to check that out is on our website, helpmygamblingproblem.org. We do have a self-assessment. So if you're kind of interested to see if you're heading in the wrong direction, I would say go to the website and do that, or call 1-800-GAMBLER, which is our helpline for the state.
Some great resources there, Mary, and bringing awareness, most important as well. Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having us.
Of course.
Well, now we need to find out exactly how much rain and when we will get impacted over the next 24 hours.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with our forecast.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of cloud cover out there right now, and we will be set for at least a few showers rolling in on Saturday. It kind of feels and smells like rain a little bit out there, and maybe a light shower or two is going to be just to the west of us, but really not getting much in the way of rain today. As we look out over Fed Hill, still have the Ravens logo right there. We'll have to get that O's logo posted pretty soon as we get closer to the opening day for Camden Yards. HD radar, this is what we're talking about. Just a couple of those light showers that we've seen kind of right around the western part of Maryland, down toward D.C., but just basically sprinkles, not much at all. Now, when you go a little further to the south and to the west, we are seeing some showers there in the mid-south for Nashville out through Memphis. Could see some strong to severe weather in that part of the country later today. Excuse me, but we've got the warm air that is out ahead of us. Up and down the East Coast, still staying dry for today. That next weather maker tracking in early tomorrow morning. Next hour into the lower 40s here in Hunt Valley and Cockeysville, and we're going to see those numbers climb mid-50s by noontime today, into the upper 50s, and even some lower 60s for some of us in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour for the afternoon. Upper 50s and 60s continue to dominate here central Maryland, even the eastern shore a little cooler, but still upper 50s for you down to Easton and Chestertown, 55 Stevensville, lower 60s from Baltimore down through D.C., and even out west into Cumberland at 62 today. Now, we'll see those numbers stay above average, even though we're getting colder next week. Our temps still only drop to the upper 40s by Tuesday, the coldest day, but got a couple of more days here today and tomorrow in the low to mid 60s. Think we're going to like that little spring preview. Looking at our future scan, mainly dry today. Tomorrow, some showers rolling in the morning time, and then a couple of spotty showers through the afternoon. Sunday will be cloudy. Some of the models want to bring this rain right to the area, but I think it's going to be Baltimore south to actually see the rain. So some of you won't see that on Sunday afternoon, and even then, still not looking at a lot of rain. It's that next weather maker coming in on Monday and Monday night. That's what's a little bit more interesting. So quickly want to show you this future scan. This is our long range model. Most of Monday starts off dry. Monday night, you're going to start to see the rain come in. Temperatures are going to be too warm to get any snow, but early Tuesday morning, look at that little blue trying to work in, especially along the PA and Maryland line. This is the most recent model. And again, some of us will see that kind of wet snow mixed in. And then watch what happens as we get dynamically cooled. Some colder air wraps around. So by midday on Tuesday, we could see some of that rain change over to snow, maybe some light accumulations on the grassy areas. But this is not a huge weather maker, but definitely something that is interesting and that we're keeping our eyes very closely on for early next week. More on your 7-day forecast. You can see that, and you can get more on your weather info if you'd like at foxbaltimore.com.
All right, Justin, thank you. Coming up, Disney is investing big in video games. Ahead, we have more on their billion-dollar infusion and what they're hoping to create.
Lamar Jackson takes home the MVP award for another outstanding season. We have more on who he thanked and his incredible performance this year.
But first, you know who's the MVP of the morning?
Oh, my goodness. Come on. Caffeine, right?
For sure. I think we should really celebrate that right now.
It helps with our performance.
Let's take a coffee break.
The road to the big game is sponsored by Royal Farms.
7:55, and an Arizona high school is changing their street's name to a certain NFL quarterback who will be playing this weekend.
That's right. Mark Clark, live in studio with more on how the school is honoring their famous alumnus. Mark.
That's right. Students at Perry High School in Gilbert, Arizona are honoring their former student, now San Francisco quarterback Brock Purdy, by temporarily renaming a street after him. Students celebrated on Thursday with church reading Brock Nation and Perry Made. All right, Perry.
It just brings that underdog spirit of, coming something from nothing, you know what I mean?
I mean, it's inspirational to have someone from our school be in the Super Bowl. It's like, we could all kind of do this,
Find what you truly love and work hard. Commit to it, and you will get the end result.
They said regardless of Sunday's results, he has already made his community proud. Coming up with only,
I mean, a great story right there, inspiring some teenagers from your alum.
And you think Purdy's going to win?
Oh, I do. I think Purdy is going to be bringing home a trophy, because we are talking about, with only one game left, that's the big one, previewing this weekend's duel in the desert and delivering our final pigskin predictions.
And I guess the groundhog was right, because it's feeling like spring with temperatures in the 50s and 60s. Ahead, meteorologist Justin Chambers has more in your Weather Authority forecast. It's 7:56 now on Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning.
Making your headlines this morning, Republican lawmakers banding together, looking to invoke the 25th Amendment against President Joe Biden, calling him not fit to serve the role.
Meantime, in Baltimore, taxpayer watchdog looks into millions of dollars the city funneled into nonprofits. An investigation finds those organizations are not in compliance with state regulations.
A city program aimed at reducing violence is expanding. Coming up, why some on the ground say it won't make a difference.
Lawmakers here in Annapolis are debating a new juvenile crime plan. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll tell you about the arguments on both sides of the aisle.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Straight up 8 o'clock on this Friday morning, February 9th. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gilland, and we need to see how this weekend is shaping up for us.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers talking about a little bit of a use for our umbrellas.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll have some showers around tomorrow, maybe even on Sunday as well. Then that real next actual weather maker is going to be impacting us Monday night into Tuesday morning. But the cloud cover out there is still there, and basically through our Towson camera, that sun trying to break through. As we get later into the morning and afternoon, we will see some more of that sunshine and temperatures that will continue to be warmer than average. Now, we're in the upper 30s and low to mid 40s statewide right now. Those numbers are not too bad this morning, not as cold as we've been, and a warmer afternoon ahead, but we are tracking some of those showers as early as tomorrow. On your out and about cast, keeping those temps in the 40s and lower 50s through 11 a.m., upper 50s as we get into the early part of the afternoon, and on our way to some lower 60s for some of you. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
All right, thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network. Continue following the 5-vehicle accident that happened. And yeah, this is just below Halethorpe here. There's 95 north, right past Metropolitan Boulevard, where there's 5 vehicles involved, north and southbound. We're also looking at an accident that is in Baltimore City. If you're heading northbound on the JFX, there's stop and go traffic.
We are following 2 big stories in the crime fight in Baltimore City and across the state this morning.
Baltimore City leaders have their eyes on expanding the Group Violence Reduction Strategy, or GVRS, despite criticism over the program's effectiveness.
And in Annapolis, hours of intense debate over Democrats' new juvenile crime proposal.
This morning, we have live team coverage looking into the questions surrounding both crime proposals.
In just a few minutes, Shannon Lilly will join us live with the ongoing debate surrounding GVRS in Baltimore.
We begin with Olivia Dans. She's joining us live from Annapolis with more on the heated discussion. Olivia?
Yeah, well, Tom, state Democrats' new juvenile crime plan is now up for debate right here in Annapolis, and lawmakers met for hours yesterday to discuss one of the bills. We expect further discussions to be held in the coming days, but the legislation is aimed at curbing the soaring juvenile crime across the state. Some arguing the bill would issue too harsh of consequences for our children, others arguing it doesn't go far enough, but those that are behind the bill are calling it a balanced and sensible solution. Now, recent reform laws block children under the age of 13 from being charged with certain crimes. But under this new legislation, no matter their age, children would once again face consequences for auto thefts, sexual assaults, firearm offenses, and animal abuse.
Last year, we were referred over 1,000 juvenile cases, primarily cases that are felonies that involve very serious offenses.
State's attorneys from across the state argue crime numbers from their offices show juvenile crime spiraling out of control in the last year, but still lawmakers debating back and forth.
We made a clear effort to eliminate the youngest children from being exposed to the juvenile justice system. And now you have gone ahead and brought them back into the system.
If nobody's happy, it tells me it's a pretty good, reasonable bill.
Now, it's still up in the air whether or not lawmakers will make any amendments to the bill based on the arguments that were made during yesterday's hearing. But of course, you can find any updates on our website, foxbaltimore.com. For now, reporting live in Annapolis, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Here in Baltimore, city leaders are doubling down on the controversial group violence reduction strategy. This morning, we have Shannon Lilly joining us live with a look into the city's plan to expand and why some have some lingering questions. Shannon.
Yeah, the city is planning to expand this program, Megan, into the Eastern District in the spring. And this, as the city says, the program has been effective in reducing crime in the Western District, where it was first launched 2 years ago. But not everyone is convinced.
Yes, the numbers went up, and they went up because we were neglected. Y'all are lying. You know, we live this day to day. You're not telling the truth.
So Doc Cheatham there is president of the largest community in the city's Western District, and he's keenly aware of who is and isn't fighting crime in the community. The group violence reduction strategy was implemented in the area to provide services to those who show the potential to commit crimes. And at a news conference yesterday, city leaders touted its success, with researchers who studied the first year and a half of the program estimating it's helped reduce homicides by 25%. But what city leaders failed to mention is that the Western District ended last year with more homicides than any other district in the city. Now, the mayor is speaking on how that could happen. Listen.
We did redistricting, right? So halfway through the year, parts of the district were added in that weren't parts in the district the week before, and that crime came with that.
Now, researchers predict that the program contributed to 60 fewer homicides and shootings in the Western District. Still, those on the ground like Cheatham just don't see that as being the case. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. Republican efforts to remove President Biden. What are the next steps for the GOP and the president?
And after the break, we check in with meteorologist Amy Aronson, giving us a sneak peek of all the things that you can explore at the Be More Healthy Expo tomorrow.
Sun's starting to break out outside as we take you further into your Friday. We'll have a breakdown of what we can expect with our temperatures and those rain chances as well.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by the Green and Healthy Homes Initiative.
As the 15th annual Be More Healthy Expo kicks off tomorrow at the Baltimore Convention Center, we're getting you ready.
Yeah, Amy Aronson is there at a location with one of the many organizations that will be in attendance tomorrow. And you've been showing us all sorts of things, from food to life-saving to blood pressure. Now what do you have for us, Amy?
Yeah, now we're going to talk about making sure your home is safe. Ruth Ann Norton is here to tell us exactly how to do that, with some awesome tips that everybody can come and check out tomorrow at your booth, actually, at the Be More Healthy Expo.
Yes, so we're the Green and Healthy Homes Initiative. Come visit us. And we do direct services in the city, and we do whole home repairs, which means lead, asthma, injury, weatherization, and electrification. So be in touch with us. But let me show you a couple of things that we're really focused on, right? We started as an organization to eradicate the toxic legacy of lead that destroys the opportunities for the children in Baltimore City. Right? And so we are looking to eradicate all of this chipping, peeling, flaking paint. If you see paint in your home that actually breaks or looks like alligator skin, and your home is older than 1978, it's likely lead. Call us. We want to get rid of it. But there's a really nifty program now at the city. The city is funding the replacement of lead pipes through DPW. People will have information on how to get in touch with them. But a little trick to know if your pipes are leaded in your home is if you put a magnet and it sticks, likely lead.
Oh, wow.
If you scratch it and it shows up shiny like we see here in this picture, it's likely lead. The city has money from the federal government through the Get the Lead Out campaign from the EPA to help replace pipes. So the city of Baltimore is doing some amazing things on that. And recently, our own organization was awarded $50 million from the EPA to give out grants to lift the capacity of organizations throughout the state of Maryland and throughout the region, so that we can build stronger grassroots community-based capacity, and we can build equity by hiring in community, supporting community groups.
That is awesome.
And so come visit us.
Come visit them. Okay, a wealth of knowledge here. You can learn more from her on Saturday at the Be More Healthy Expo. Come check out their booth. If you want more information, head over to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. So the morning continues. I think we're doing some dancing next, guys. So we've got it all this morning
We were
for
just
you.
talking about that.
Sounds good, Amy. Thank you. And of course, we invite you, our viewers, to join us at the Be More Healthy Expo. And it's tomorrow morning, the Baltimore Convention Center. The free event includes health screenings, cooking, dancing, as Amy was just saying, and a chance to meet your favorite Fox 45 News personalities. That's right. Justin will not be there, but you'll be able to meet Kai and Mary and everybody else. Be More Healthy Expo is running this Saturday. That's tomorrow, from 10 to 4.
We continue our investigation into non-compliant nonprofits, the incredible amount of money going into non-registered charities in Baltimore.
Big night for the Ravens in Las Vegas, even without the Super Bowl. Just ahead, the big wins and the NFL honors. 8:12, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We're all local all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
8:15, and continuing our coverage this morning because Jeff Abel reported earlier this week city records reveal millions of tax dollars being funneled to Baltimore nonprofits that are not in good standing with the state. At this time, we bring in taxpayer watchdog and CEO of OpenTheBooks.com, Adam Andrzejewski. You've also been talking about this for months now, and you've been tracking these public dollars, Adam. What have you been able to find out about what's going on with the millions of taxpayer dollars and where they're going in Baltimore City?
So back last fall, in November and December into the winter, we found that out of the top 100 public nonprofits, the charities receiving city money, that 38 of them were not in compliance with Maryland State Charitable Solicitation Act law. When we reached out for comment to them, immediately 6 came into compliance. So we had an immediate impact, but that left 32. Now, when our reporting broke at FOX45 last December, 9 more have come into compliance. But Tom, that still leaves 23 of these nonprofits not in compliance. They received a total of about $35 million in taxpayer money just over the course of the past 15 months.
So, Adam, I mean, we're talking 25%, though, of all these now in compliance, only after they were basically threatened to kind of come into compliance. Who is doing the checking, though, for the city that's supposed to be watching this and saying, hey, wait a minute, you actually don't have all the proper paperwork, and we should not be giving you millions of dollars because you may not be a legitimate business?
You know, we wrote this story basically a year ago at Fox 45, and then the comptroller, Bill Henry, said that he was going to include charitable status with the state of Maryland as a part of the vetting process before they cut checks, for instance, on grants to these nonprofit organizations. We don't see any evidence that that's actually continuing. For example, you've got some of the top nonprofits in the city that are not in compliance with the state of Maryland. They're not properly registered, like the Baltimore Civic Fund. They're actually managing the COVID relief fund of city dollars to other nonprofits. $14 million has flowed through them, and they're delinquent on the state site.
Adam, do you recommend any reforms then that the city needs to go through here, or do you have any recommendations that you've seen with other cities that handle things a little bit differently?
Yeah, these laws are in place to prevent customer ripoffs, you know, unscrupulous organizations from taking charitable money from the public. And as a leading example of this, you had Strong Cities Baltimore last year indicted by the feds. Well, they had been not in compliance with properly registering with the state since 2020. So to the extent the feds get a conviction here, you know, during this period, $800,000 worth of city and Baltimore City Schools funding flowed to Strong Cities Baltimore. So oftentimes the state registration is a leading indicator. There are more problems with an organization than the public can actually see.
Adam Andrzejewski, always great having you bring this to the forefront here and letting people see exactly what you do behind the scenes at OpenTheBooks.com. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
It is 8:18 now. We're heading into a weekend. It's time to see how it's going to feel outside.
Yeah, it looks like it's like spring-like out there. I mean, the bugs are flying around again, so you know things are happening. Who knows? Cicadas are supposed to be coming back soon, right?
2 broods, right?
Yes, that's right. It's supposed to be like the year of cicada.
I thought we'd only say brood every 10 years or something.
10 to 17 years, and now
in the world?
The 13 year and the 17 year, they're coming at us. Watch out. In fact, we need to go over to our meteorologist, Justin Chambers. It has to hit 65 degrees in the soil for them to come back out and emerge.
Well, we're okay, right? We're low 60s.
Well, low
Getting
60s.
close?
Today, mid-60s tomorrow for a lot of some. So, yeah, we're going to see some rain showers, too, as well. Overall, our temperatures have been hanging out in the upper 30s and lower 40s for a lot of us right now, and that's how it's been for most of the morning as we look outside at this time. That sun will continue to break through some of that cloud cover. Overall, our HD radar has picked up just a few light showers in western Maryland, but for the most part, we remain very quiet. Notice some activity in the mid-south, so that's the part of the country today that could see some severe weather. Here's a look at our hourly future scan. So overall, we will see those clouds move out of here. Most of the models are pointing to drier conditions for the afternoon. That southerly wind really picking up. That's really going to help to increase our temperatures. Clouds roll back in overnight and tomorrow morning. A couple of scattered showers here and there through the middle part of the day on Saturday and into the afternoon. Again, a stray shower or two, kind of overcast but mild with those temperatures that stay well above average. And then on Sunday, we'll start with some cloud cover as well. We'll talk about Sunday's system into, Monday's system into Tuesday in just a moment. Mid Mid to upper 60s across central Maryland for your high temperatures today, well above average, not only here, but up and down the 95 corridor. Baltimore and D.C. in the 60s, down to Richmond today, 62 even in Cumberland. Mid 60s tomorrow, but notice those temperatures drop off. Now, Monday, we're still in the lower 50s, and even on Tuesday, a high of 48. That's going to prevent any kind of major snowstorm from coming in here early next week. So here's our future scan. This is what we're looking at right now. The milder air will be here tomorrow with those showers that will be hit and miss. And then Sunday, most of the rain looks to stay around Baltimore and to the south. So some of you won't see the rain, but a lot of us will see the cloud cover. And even then, not dealing with a lot of rain on Sunday. Watch what happens as we get into Monday. This is the long range model, the newest model coming in from the global forecast system. This is about 1 o'clock on Sunday afternoon. Notice the rain stays to the south. We have those clouds around. We're dry Monday morning. Watch what happens Monday night. You can see those rain showers come in, and then early Tuesday morning, we get what we call dynamically cooled air that's going to wrap around that low. That changes over some of that rain to some wet snowflakes, especially around the Maryland and PA line. That's going to continue through about 7, 8 o'clock on Tuesday morning. More of a nuisance event for some, maybe getting a little excited with some of those flakes out there, but not really a lot actually sticking to the ground, and possibly some leftover cold air with some of that moisture through about noon on Tuesday. But again, the accumulations will not be much of anything because we will just be too warm. Here's that 7-day forecast, 7-day forecast, 50s and 60s all the way through Monday of next week. And after we get that system out of here, Wednesday and Thursday, we dry out nicely.
All right, Justin, thank you. We want to take a look now at our Len Stoller traffic network. We're tracking 2 incidents in Elkridge, one heading north on 95, the other on the southbound side there. If you're heading north, the right shoulder is blocked. If you're heading south, the left lane is blocked. And taking a look at this shot right here, this is 95 there at Montgomery Road, and you can see a lot of volume just inching through that stretch. Let's take a live look now from our mobile track. This is in the area of Pikesville, traveling on 695, where it is much better out there. We've got some volume, brake lights every now and then, but moving much better in that stretch of the road. A live look now at Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas as we count down to the Super Bowl. Coming up this morning, we are sharing our picks on who could win it all in our pigskin predictions, plus colors of Gatorade. We got a lot going on in this one.
There's a whole lot. We went off the rails. And when you see that and you think Super Bowl or the big game, you got to think about the food, right? A lot of us are. Pick the best snacks for your Super Bowl party. Still ahead, top picks you need to add to your grocery list before Sunday. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We're all local all morning.
Trending now, the best of the best coming together for the NFL Awards, Honors Awards.
Yeah, that's right. And there was merch out there, too. In fact, we want to go over to Mark Clark. He's got the best of all the things that happened last night in Las Vegas. One in particular is huge, and that, yeah, we see the picture behind you.
That's right. That's our man right there, right? After leading the Ravens to the #1 seed in the AFC in first round bye, he did it. Lamar Jackson was named the NFL MVP for the second time in his career. Let's hear from Lamar.
I want to thank my organization, Baltimore Ravens, for, finally getting this deal done. Shout out to Eric, shout out to Steve, Coach Harbaugh, the whole unit. My offense, man, my offensive line, man, I can't thank them enough for what they've done. I'm not out there blocking, catching the ball, doing everything, it's my team, it's a team thing, for these awards. And, I want to thank my family at home.
And shout out to that jacket, okay? In the regular season, Lamar threw for 3,678 yards with 24 touchdowns and 7 interceptions, while rushing for another 821 yards and 5 more scores. Jackson received 49 first-place votes en route to the second MVP honor, one shy of being unanimous MVP again. Another award winner included former Ravens quarterback Joe Flacco. He won AP Comeback Player of the Year for his season. For the rival Cleveland Browns, he played in 6 games and helped propel the injury-riddled Browns to a playoff berth. They lost that game in a wild-card round to the Houston Texans, displaying a personality, something he did not display when he was with us. Speaking of the Texans, a pair of their rookies also took home some hardware. Quarterback C.J. Stroud was named Offensive Rookie of the Year. And his draft mate on the other side of the ball, defensive end Will Anderson, was named Defensive Rookie of the Year. The two young stars helped lead the Texans to a division win and hosted the playoff game before losing to Lamar and the Ravens in the divisional round. Also taking home the Best Defensive Player of the Year award was Browns defensive end Myles Garrett. He finished the year with 14 sacks and dominated all season long. Dominated with the outfit. Man, I like that. I like that jacket. Let me get one of those. And also, as for Best Defensive Player of the Year, Offensive Player of the Year, 49ers running back Christian McCaffrey took that award home. He totaled 14 touchdowns and over 1,400 yards. A lot of people are saying he might win the MVP in the Super Bowl. That's to be seen. And lastly, Coach of the Year went to Kevin Stefanski of the Cleveland Browns. He led the team to 11-6 record and second place finish in the AFC North. He did all this despite the Browns battling a laundry list of injuries all year long, including starting quarterbacks. And so, once again, Lamar did it. We were kind of concerned because everybody knew he was going to get it, but, sometimes we get surprised, right, guys? So congratulations, Lamar.
Until it's announced, you can't count on it, and it was well-deserved.
Oh, yeah. And, I mean, the coach, too. You can say that exactly there, Mark, with the Browns. I mean, that was well-deserved.
Myles Garrett, come on. I mean, T.J. Watt should have been the Defensive Player of the Year. Everybody knows that. The stats show it. All right.
The road to the big game is sponsored by Royal Farms.
Well, as we get ready to chow down to watch the big game, there is some new data revealing which snacks football fans actually enjoy the most.
And one way to get that is through Instacart. Instacart Snack Time Report, they found tortilla chips took the #1 spot. That's #1 as favorite snack to have at the big game. Then cola, which is kind of broad term there, but then cheese blend, salsa, pretzels, they finished out the top 5. The report also revealing 58% of participants say it's the scoop style tortilla chips where you can get that big dip in there and load it all up. That's the one that made #1. Well, this morning, there are moves happening to remove President Joe Biden from office. Coming up, what he said that has many concerned about his ability to run the country. Well, the latest thing he said to have them concerned about his ability to run the country. Time now is 8:29. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We are all local all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning to you. It is Friday, February 9th. I'm Taylor Stewart.
I'm Tom Rogers. Yeah, and it's a Friday going into a spring-like Saturday, and we've got all sorts of things happening this weekend with the warmth before we get to the big game.
Well, that's good to know. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, the look at our forecast. How are we starting off this Friday?
Not too bad. A bit warmer than what we saw the last couple of mornings, and we're actually going to start that warming trend today as we'll get to the upper 50s and lower 60s. Looking outside right now, that sun trying to break through some of that cloud cover, and I think that's going to continue as we head over to the next couple of hours. There's my Charm City tanks on the left-hand side of your screen. 39 Baltimore, Rosedale, 42 in Dundalk, 41 in Brooklyn Park, and right at 40 in Glen Burnie and Pasadena. So low to mid-40s over the next couple of hours if you're out for some exercise here on your Friday. And we'll top out at 61 today with mid-60s tomorrow, back to the mid-50s on Sunday, still, though, above average. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
All right, let's go ahead and check your Len Stoller traffic network as we look live across the Baltimore region. You can see a little bit of a slowdown here. We got some red from 895, two-car accident in Elk Ridge we're hearing. Otherwise, your commute is looking smooth. You got a little bit of few slowdowns as you head on 895, but we'll keep you updated.
Well, developing this morning, Fox 45 News has surveillance video of a deadly shooting that happened in northeast Baltimore. In fact, this morning, though, Shannon Lilly is joining us with more on the exclusive video and an update on the investigation. Shannon?
Well, police, Tom, continued their investigation this morning as that killer is still on the loose. The moments leading up to the gunfire and the act itself all caught on camera. We do want to warn you, the video you're about to see may be disturbing.
I'm being advised that you have a call for a shooting that just came out, Bel Air, Nicholas.
You're looking at the moment shots rang out just before 10 Wednesday night. But let's take this back a few seconds. A group standing outside the 7-Eleven, words exchanged. Then the subject in black there reaches towards his waistband, walks away. Seconds later, shots are fired. The shooter then turning his attention to the passenger of the white vehicle, opening fire before running away. This double shooting happening just a half mile from the Bel Air Edison Safe Streets location, where on New Year's Eve, a 36-year-old man was shot and killed just 2 blocks away. That Safe Streets site remains closed amid an FBI investigation. And according to Baltimore police, the 2 victims killed in Wednesday night shooting were 40 years old and 32 years old, both men. At this time, Tom, their names have not been released.
Shannon, how are city leaders responding to this violence? The latest violence, I should say.
Yeah, we're not getting a direct response at this time, Tom, to this latest violence, but they are showing frustration amid the ongoing violence. Of course, there's ongoing efforts to try to curb the crime problems. But we did hear from Commissioner Worley following a different triple shooting last month. And at that time, he said he had just never seen so many guns on the streets. Reporting live from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, Baltimore County residents are up in arms over a plan to redevelop some abandoned areas in Lutherville. Olivia Dance joins us live with why they say county leaders are going through with the plan without looking at factors like overcrowded schools.
Yeah, well, Taylor, you mentioned it. Overcrowded schools are a big concern for many residents in Lutherville, and now a large apartment complex proposal could just increase enrollment.
You overcrowd schools, you create a generational problem. You create a poor environment for learning, and that's not where we want to be.
Based on this Baltimore County Public Schools survey, Lutherville Laboratories enrollment is sitting at 104%. Not far from Lutherville Station, Hampton Elementary is sitting at 117%, and then Timonium Elementary 124%. And now there is a possible influx of people to the area from the proposed apartment complex in Lutherville Station. In a statement, a spokesperson for Lutherville Station says the project would still need approval through the county's full development plan process, but they say they welcome dialogue to address issues. All of this, though, is part of the discussion as Baltimore County leaders discuss the future of redevelopment with the master plan and Bill 324, which is legislation to rezone certain abandoned and dilapidated commercial hubs. Of course, you can read statements on this from both the Baltimore County executive spokesperson and a spokesperson for Lutherville Station on our website, foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
And we are with Dance Be More now, always a hit at the Be More Healthy Expo. We'll get a preview of what they'll be doing out there tomorrow in just a couple of minutes.
Looking good there, Amy, and a mix of sun and clouds today with temperatures reaching the 60s. That's right, 60 degrees. Plus, meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking the next chance for rain. So dig out that umbrella. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We're all local all morning.
The Be More Healthy Expo is happening tomorrow, but today we've got a mini expo.
Amy Aronson has been hanging out with people all morning long, finding out a whole bunch of different things. You've been doing stuff from like blood pressure. We're also saving lives with the dummy there to food. And now, what do you have for us now, Amy?
I mean, you know Dance and Be More, right? They are there every single year. You probably also know CJ Phillip. I feel like you're a face of the Be More Healthy Expo, a consistent face there. What do we have going on behind us here?
So I am so excited that we are highlighting our Elder Arts and Wellness program this year. Dance and Be More believes that every age and stage of life should be creative and healthy from 3 years old to 93 years old. And these folks are a part of our Elder Arts Jams where we sing, we move, we dance, and really are social and community, because that's also great for our health, especially as we age.
Yeah, I was going to say there are so many benefits to what we're seeing happening right here. Go through some of them.
So it's the social element of actually meeting people around you who maybe relate to you in different ways. It's the call and response and the rhythm and exploring your own personal creativity. It's the activity, the adrenaline of moving, and the sense of joy that you get dancing together.
Oh my gosh, they brought so much happiness into this room. I feel like they just lit it up. And they've got some rhythm, more than I do.
Oh yeah, they be jamming. And one thing I love too is the elders will also just tell us stories, and we ask questions and play games that don't need a phone or any technology, but just one another.
That's important too. Okay, awesome. We look forward to seeing this and participating in this tomorrow at the Be More Healthy Expo. If you want more information, head over to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. Tom, Taylor, you guys going to be joining them this weekend? You got to get your scarf.
No,
I don't have one.
Really? I think I'm hosting a dance stage tomorrow.
Oh, you are? That's great. Yeah.
Ooh, Taylor, Taylor, you're going to be part of this.
Well, we'll see you out there tomorrow.
Dance
We're
and
practicing
be
our
more.
dance moves in here. Thanks, Amy. We've got more information on our website, but make sure you come out and meet us tomorrow at the Be More Healthy Expo. It happens at the Convention Center. Get this, it is free to you. We're going to have free health screenings, cooking, dancing demonstrations, and a chance to meet your favorite Fox 45 news personalities. Again, the Be More Health Expo is tomorrow, February 10th, 10 a.m. to 4.
Well, a push now to expand a program in Baltimore City that may not even be working. And still ahead this morning, the big problem many are seeing with the gun violence reduction strategy.
And lawmakers are not seeing eye to eye on how to handle juvenile crime. Just ahead, the changes the state's attorney wants to see end fast. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
.45 is your time right now on your Friday morning as we look outside right now from our Towson camera. Sun starting to break through some of that cloud cover. And as we get later into the day, we do expect to see a lot more sunshine and temperatures that will keep warming up. 39 your temperature right now in Towson. Not a bad day, golfers, to hit the links on your forecast. Next hour in the lower 40s and mid 50s by noon, into the upper 50s and lower 60s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hours. So checking the temperatures in your neighborhood. Note the average of 45, nowhere near that number. A lot of us about 10 to 15 degrees above average across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your high temperatures today. Same thing for you in Howard and Anne Arundel counties, upper 50s and lower 60s as we take you through the day today. And even the Eastern Shore, you're a little cooler, but still mid to upper 50s is not bad for February when they were already to February 9th and we're getting closer to meteorological spring. Just 3 weeks from today, friends, is meteorological spring. That's March 1st. So it's coming. And we're going to feel like spring a little bit more tomorrow with 64 for a high, even though we have some rain to deal with. Sunday, not too bad either, but notice those numbers are coming back down to more February averages by early next week. Overall on our future scan, still mainly dry today. You'll see some clouds roll in overnight, a few stray showers early tomorrow morning, and then a couple of spotty showers through tomorrow afternoon. And then on Sunday, we'll start dry in the morning time, but still have the potential of seeing a few light showers through the middle part of the morning into the early afternoon. The next weather maker coming in on Monday. So Monday starts dry, but Monday night into Tuesday morning, that's when things get a little bit more more interesting, to say the least. So we've been tracking this storm system, and now most of the models are coming into agreement that it will mainly be a wet weather maker. This is Tuesday at midnight, and you can see Tuesday morning some of that blue tries to wrap in. May see some wet flakes around the PA and Maryland line about 7, 8 o'clock on Tuesday morning, but really not looking for much in the way of actual accumulation. It'll be wet, though, no doubt about that. We're drier as we head toward the middle of next week.
Now let's take a look at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network, and we're still following the accidents. It's 95 here, and you can see 95 right at 195. The top left screen, there's 5 vehicles that were involved, and it was causing backups north and south. You're looking at still the backups northbound lanes here, 95 just south of 195. So if you're heading there, you can see a backup, and it backs you up for a few miles here as the troopers got those cars loaded up. It looks like almost all the vehicles now that were involved in this are out of the median, uprighted, and on the back of tow trucks. So that's some good news. Everybody else, you're moving along without any real issues.
For as long as it lasts. Oh, man, this is it. Super Bowl 58 is finally here. The San Francisco 49ers taking on the Kansas City Chiefs and Taylor Swift.
Oh, boy.
Isn't that how that works? Yeah. All right, so it's one thing to see who's going to walk away with the Lombardi Trophy, but it's a whole nother thing to see who will walk away with the even more coveted FOX45 trophy.
Does that have a name like on it, like an official name, like, you know, the Lamar Hunt Trophy, the Vince Lombardi?
No, it's the Pigskin Champ Trophy. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's what it is. And it's actually really heavy. For the final pigskin prediction of the year, my challengers, Tom, Megan, and Justin, and a lot of trash talking going on.
Yeah.
My goodness.
Because
so
Justin
once again,
and you cannot win, right?
Statistically at this point, so you're
We still could.
You didn't answer the question. That was such a politician answer. No, so
Because it's been, so
you're in the
we pick the same
lead.
team.
So no, we can't. We are out.
No.
You have 10 points.
Right.
Justin and I have 7. Megan has 8. So only you and Megan can win.
If we choose different teams.
If you choose different teams.
Right.
If you all choose, you know.
If they choose the same teams and we choose different teams, then we can still win, and then we tie.
Then we win.
Do you understand?
Right.
Yeah, because this one's worth 5 points.
But because So there's much been is a lot possible of here, because guys, and there's it's been all a- over
it's so
this, the
confusing.
glory. Because there's been a lot of talk already since, you know, the season ended. We already know. Because I tried to convince you not to go with the team that I want to go with.
I'm solely on quarterbacks because they both have great weapons, offense and defense.
Are you making your pick?
I am.
Okay.
I mean, I was San Fran about 2 weeks ago. I was going with San Fran, thinking that it was going to be San Fran Ravens. The Ravens were going to beat San Fran, but that didn't happen. So I'm still staying with now San Fran. Brock Purdy. I think he's actually going to win. Mahomes is very good, but I don't think he's going to come back this time.
All
I
right.
think he's gone.
There you go. How about you? I mean, or do you want me to go first? Because I know who I'm going to go with.
I do want you to go first.
You do?
Yeah.
I'm also going with San Fran because I'm on that train. I want them to win. I don't want the Chiefs to win.
Okay.
I want that ship to go down sinking.
New
I go
commercials.
next?
New people in commercials.
Yeah, there you go. Go ahead. I like where you're going, but I think there's more to a team than a quarterback.
Okay.
And I think that Kelsey has been coming on. I think the two of them have been working hard together. The Taylor Swift factor Special teams, is part Taylor of it. Swift. I'm going with Switchy Nation, the Chiefs. Yep.
Okay.
All right. I'm going with San Francisco.
All right. 3 San Fran.
Yeah, it's my third favorite team. Sorry, Jess. My third favorite team with the Commanders, number 2, and then San Fran's my third favorite team.
So then you guys have to have a tiebreaker. So it will be between you and Tom who will win the
trophy.
All right. So then outside of that, between Justin and myself, let's pick scores. Whoever gets the
total
closest
score of the game, and it's Price is Right rules as it always should be.
Can't go over?
It's
Okay.
actual retail score without going over.
And what's on the line for us? Food?
Food? Yeah. We'll just do.
Do I get to say my favorite food, or you get to say your favorite
Miss Shirley's
food?
breakfast, something like that. Yeah, or whatever, like we
All
did
right.
last year. I'm going to go with 47 as the total. 47. So.
I'm going to go with 37. I'm
Okay.
going to go.
So she gets 37 to 46. I get 47 to infinity. Right. That's how it works. Boom.
All right.
All right.
I'm going with
It's a
the
good
dollar.
deal. All right, and so
$1.
here's our prop bet for all of us.
Oh, we have a side bet.
Yeah, we have this other bet. So this is what will be the color of the Gatorade that they pour on the winners at the end. Does everybody have a thought first? I do.
Okay.
I don't know if you get to go first since you're the
We should have picked numbers out of a hat to see. This part is going to, I mean, you only get one shot, and if somebody else already said it, we should have thought about that before we
like
started.
Hamilton,
and
you only got
picked,
one shot.
Picked numbers out of a.
I'm going to say
All right,
orange.
well,
I'm picking orange.
that was going to be what I picked. And who said you get to go first?
Oh, I'm sorry.
But he picked orange. All right. Go ahead, Megan.
You sure? Okay. I think red.
You think red?
Okay.
I'm
Because the teams are red, so I'm going with red because their teams are red.
I thought you were going to go purple. That's why I said orange.
No, I don't know why orange. I'm going to go with like the yellow clear.
Original
kind of
one.
Yeah, I'm gonna go
lime
with that.
green.
Lime green.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going blue.
All right, good.
Just change.
All right, there you go.
There we go. All right. Well, you can share your pigskin predictions with me each week. Oh, we are competitive around here. Just go to my Facebook page. Leave me a post. Tell us what you think.
I like the Gatorade bet.
Blue Gatorade and free
Pigskin
breakfast.
champ. And do we think TK is going to make it to the game?
Oh, that's
of course
yeah,
she
that's
will,
another bet.
yes.
She'll be there. How
That's
many
a good
times
one.
they show her? That would have
that's what we should have done.
Bet.
Darn
She's
it.
only averaging 30 seconds a game of airtime.
Still, that's a good drinking game.
I'm going to go with more than that this time. I'm going to say a minute 30.
All right.
If they win.
Fighting back against the fakes, the actions the FCC is now taking against robocalls.
And in our next hour, we are taking you live into the Be More Healthy Mini Expo. That's right, the big expo starts really one day and I don't know about 6 minutes from now because that would be 9 o'clock. It starts at 10 tomorrow morning, so I think we're off by an hour there. But it is all the things that you can do when you head out there and keep their life-saving practices in your hands. But before we get to that, we need some energy.
Yeah, look, we got to get it going here. It's about 9 o'clock. It's time for a coffee break.
8:56, and in your morning business report this Friday, the FCC has taken down a form of voice cloning in phone messages to protect you, the consumers. The commission says that voices generated by AI or artificial intelligence in robocalls are now illegal. A ban falling under the Telephone Consumer Protection Act of 1991. Fines can reach up to $23,000 per call, and call recipients can take legal action by potentially recovering up to $1,500 per unwanted call.
In your morning business report, about 2 million garment steamers have been recalled. The Consumer Product Safety Commission says the problems with the steamers, it can spray hot water through that opening meant to expel steam, increasing the risk for burns. The units sold under the brand name Steam Fast, Vornado, and Sharper Image were all sold at Walmart, Bed Bath & Beyond, Amazon, and other retailers. Affected customers can get a refund or a replacement unit.
Disney is taking its collaboration with Fortnite to the next level, announcing plans this week to buy a $1.5 billion stake in video game studio Epic Games. According to the media giant, the deal kicks off a multi-year project seeking to create an expansive universe using characters and stories from Disney's various franchises, including from Pixar, Star Wars, and Marvel. Disney says the transaction is still subject to closing conditions and regulatory approvals.
Now it's time for America's Deals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Naki.
Don't you feel like it always happens? As soon as your head hits the pillow, your thoughts start racing. You're trying to fall asleep, and then you can't because so many things on your to-do list are going through your mind. It happens to me all the time. But thankfully now, you don't have to worry. This is HoomBand by LiveLab. This is an amazing sleep headband that has audio sleep sounds inside. It's super cool. It comes with an audio sleep band and an eye mask with the audio band as well. So it's amazing that you can fall asleep to maybe you like the sound of hypnotic music or hypnotic stories, ASMR, maybe it's waves crashing, whatever it is. There is over 100 hours of sleep content, and it's super easy. You download an app and fall asleep, and you can listen to whatever you want to hear. And it's been curated by sleep experts, sleep doctors, audio engineers. So it's really cool that you can fall asleep and now stay asleep. I just think of how many times, you get to bed and you don't sleep really great. Well, you have an entire blackout mask here, which is adjustable, really nice material, and hand washable. Don't forget that. So you have the option of a headband or a sleep mask to fall asleep so nicely. So right now we're offering up to 32% off on HoomBand. Head to asadeals.com for this exclusive offer.
Is President Biden fit to serve another term in office? Why some Republican lawmakers say his cabinet should explore options to remove him.
And Baltimore City is planning to expand the group violence reduction strategy. The districts where communities are saying it isn't always working.
And lawmakers here in Annapolis are debating a new juvenile crime plan. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll tell you about the arguments on both sides of the aisle.
Temps are not as cold this morning, and we're going to warm up not only this afternoon, but into the weekend. We'll break it down for you right here on Good Day Baltimore.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Good morning to all of you. Thank you for waking up with us on a Friday. It's February 9th. I'm Megan Gillen.
Taylor Stewart, and I like the sound of Friday. I also like the sound of 60s.
Exactly. Meteorologist Justin Chambers showing us when we're going to feel that.
Yeah, 60s were a good decade for sure. Wow, I don't know. I heard, but I read some stuff on the internet about it. Let's take a look outside and see what's going on here. A live picture out over the 395, looking out toward the Patapsco. Charm City tanks looking good. The sun breaking out of some of that cloud cover that we had this morning, and temps have risen to the lower 40s. Woodlawn at 41, 43 Baltimore City and Dundalk, 42 in Brooklyn Park, and currently 41 Glen Burnie and Pasadena. About 7 to 10 degrees warmer than where we were just 24 hours ago. So those numbers will keep climbing. Low to mid 50s through midday today, and upper 50s, even lower 60s for some. How about some mid 60s on the way for tomorrow? Now, it does come with a little bit of rain, but we'll talk about how much rain we're talking about in just a few minutes.
All right, Justin, thank you. Looking at our Len Stoller traffic network here, we are tracking a 5-car incident. This is 95 North past Metropolitan Boulevard there. Vehicles were just taken off the shoulder, and the backup is now beginning to clear, but just something to keep in mind. We are taking a live look over Washington, D.C. now. This after President Biden gave a late-night news conference to defend his mental abilities after a special counsel report on his classified documents scandal revealed observations about Biden's diminished faculties in advancing age.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskins joins us live from Capitol Hill. Kayla, what reactions are we seeing this morning?
So many lawmakers and Americans also questioning President Joe Biden's judgment after reading the special counsel report. Some Republican lawmakers are now banding together, calling to invoke the 25th Amendment to remove President Joe Biden from office. The 25th Amendment is a procedure to replace the president in the event of death, a resignation, or incapacitation. Now, in this case, they're focusing on the incapacitation part of the 25th Amendment. The president's failing memory is to blame. The president firing back, though, against the critics, saying, "My memory is fine." He held a news conference last night to address the content of the report. Reporters just piled on to the president, hammering him with questions. In that press conference, he mixed up the presidents of Mexico and Egypt, which, of course, did not help the case with arguing that his memory is fine. He still believes that he remains the most qualified person to serve as president. Some Democrats are also backing him. Dan Goldman, a representative from New York, calling Biden, quote, "sharper than anyone I've spoken to."
Kayla, switching gears to the Supreme Court case involving the state's abilities to remove Donald Trump from the ballot. Lawyers arguing their case before the High Court yesterday. You're hearing some chatter. A decision could come sooner rather than later. What's the latest?
Well, the general consensus among lawyers and legal experts I spoke to after the hearing is that a decision could drop in possibly a month or even less. Colorado, that's the state at the center of this case, they want a decision sooner than that. They're pushing for the court to make a decision by February 11th because they mail out their primary ballots on February 12th. Now, that is highly unlikely to happen, but there could be a decision possibly by March 5th, Super Tuesday, when Colorado holds its primaries. Yesterday, I listened into the hearing, and the justices were really hard on both sides. And I think what gives us an indication here of how this will go and that it will probably end up in Trump's favor were the questions asked by the liberal justices. Elena Kagan and Ketanji Brown Jackson specifically were both very skeptical of Colorado's argument. Colorado removed Trump from the primary ballot, ruling he violated the 14th Amendment's insurrection clause on January 6th. That's what this whole case is about. The justices didn't seem to think the initial intention of the 14th Amendment when it was written was to give a single state such power in a presidential election.
All right, Kayla Gaskins right there. We'll leave you in Capitol Hill. Thank you.
We are following two major stories in the fight against crime in Baltimore City and across Maryland.
Now, first, city leaders are planning on expanding the group violence reduction strategy, but some critics are challenging its effectiveness.
And in Annapolis, hours of intense debate over Democrats' new juvenile crime proposal.
This morning, we have live team coverage looking into the questions surrounding both crime proposals.
In just a few minutes, Olivia Dance will be joining us live with more on the heated discussion in Annapolis.
But first, we turn to Shannon Lilly with a look into the city's plan to expand the group violence reduction strategy. Shannon.
Well, the city is planning to expand and launch GVRS in the Eastern District come this spring. Meanwhile, not everyone is convinced that the program has been effective in reducing crime in the Western District, where it was first launched 2 years ago, and Doc Cheatham is one of them.
I have not seen not one of those folks here. I've not seen GVRS, Safe Streets, Ceasefire, We Are Us. None of them have been here.
Cheatham is the president of the largest community in the city's Western District, and he's keenly aware of who is and isn't fighting crime in the community. The group violence reduction strategy was implemented in the area to provide services to those who show the potential to commit crimes. And at a news conference yesterday, city leaders touted its success, with researchers who studied the first year and a half of the program estimating it's helped reduce homicides by 25%. But what city leaders failed to mention is that the Western District ended last year with more homicides than any other district in the city. The mayor speaking on how that could happen. Listen.
We did redistricting, right? So halfway through the year, parts of the district were added in that weren't parts in the district the week before, and that crime came with that.
The researchers predict that the program contributed to 60 fewer homicides and shootings in the Western District. Still, those on the ground like Cheatham just find that hard to believe. Reporting this morning, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
In your Session 2024 coverage, lawmakers in Annapolis are facing pushback as debate erupts over the Democrats' new juvenile crime plan. Olivia Dance joins us live with the arguments from both sides. Olivia, what are you hearing?
Well, that's right, Taylor. State Democrats' new juvenile crime plan is now up for debate right here in Annapolis, and lawmakers met for hours yesterday to discuss one of the bills. And we expect further discussions to be held in the coming days. The legislation is aimed at curbing the soaring juvenile crime all across the state. Some arguing the bill would issue too harsh of consequences for our children. Others arguing it doesn't go far enough. But those that are behind the bill are calling it a balanced and sensible solution. Now, recent reform laws block children under the age of 13 from being charged with certain crimes. But under this new legislation, no matter their age, children would once again face consequences for auto thefts, sexual assaults, firearm offenses, and animal abuse.
Our gun crimes year over year are up 220%. My auto thefts are over 200% up year over year. My carjackings are up 85%. Number of young people shot has increased. Last year we had 40.
Last year, we were referred over 1,000 juvenile cases, primarily cases that are felonies that involve very serious offenses.
At the end of the day, everybody wants the same thing. We want positive young people. They are our future. No matter what happens, those are our children.
State's attorneys from across the state who you just heard from argue crime numbers from their offices show juvenile crime spiraling out of control in the last year. But still, lawmakers debating back and forth.
Of an all-terrain vehicle. Those cases seem to be particularly toxic in my district. Under this bill, and I think these crimes are very relevant, I think it's a great idea, but it wouldn't capture cases where youth is kind of escalating.
This bill is about placing the failings of adults on very young children and children accused of committing minor offenses.
It's still up in the air whether or not lawmakers will make any amendments to the bill based on the arguments that were made during yesterday's hearing. But of course, you can find any updates on this on our website, foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live in Annapolis, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Thank you, Olivia. One of the Democrats' priorities focuses on extending probation for young offenders. Supporters of the plan want to boost probation length, arguing the current system does not allow enough time for proper rehabilitation. They also want to give judges and state's attorneys more discretion over when a child should be kept on probation and when they should be released.
Because sometimes we have parents who call us and say, I don't know what to do. He's not listening, and our hands are tied because we don't have any response other than to set yet another hearing where the child is told by the magistrate or the judge, yet again, you have to follow the rules of probation, and the child has no response.
Public defenders pushing back, arguing the current system under the Juvenile Justice Reform Act allows children a fair chance to leave probation on good behavior. Probation has been a point of contention between lawmakers and Juvenile Services Secretary Vincent Schiraldi. He has argued against probation completely, saying he doesn't believe it makes someone less likely to commit another crime.
All right, let's get another check of your traffic and your weather, starting off with the weather here. You know what's something about Friday is when you have warm weather, the sun's up, it just makes you feel good.
Yep, here we go. Meteorologist Justin Chambers showing us what it's going to feel like today. A little cloudy, but it doesn't matter. It's Friday.
Yeah, and I've been just dying to get to some of my favorite dock bars, like around Bowley's Quarters and Carson's Creek side over there by where I live, because we love being able to sit on the water and enjoy the sunset and enjoy some happy hour activities. And yeah, the sun is definitely breaking out from those clouds. We had the clouds overnight, and that has allowed our temperatures to not drop as far as they have the last couple of mornings, but still need a light jacket, but definitely get those shades because we got a made in the shade today, friends, and no umbrella needed for this afternoon. However, as we get to tomorrow, you will need at least some of that rain gear because we're tracking some showers. Maybe out for a run or a jog next couple of hours, 40s and 50s, a little chilly, but overall not too bad if you want to get some outdoor exercise in. We'll track our next weather maker, not only the one tomorrow, but that second one that's coming next week that could bring some wintry precip to some of us.
All right, Justin, thank you. I think new developments in Lutherville are concerning residents, the plan that's in place, and why the community is pushing back.
And the Maryland Highway Safety Office joins us next in our mini expo. We're actually going to do a little activity involving this little fellow on a bike here. We'll explain exactly what all of this means in just a couple of minutes.
This Fox 45 news segment is sponsored by the Maryland Highway Safety Office.
All right, looking ahead to tomorrow, the Be More Healthy Expo is back.
And it has plenty for all of you to take part in, all ages invited, including hands-on activities with the Maryland State Highway Office.
Meteorologist Amy Aronson joins us live this morning from within the Be More Mini Expo with more.
Yeah, and this is going to be a fun one. I think there's going to be a line for this activity. Chrissy Neiser's here with us this morning to give us a preview of what kids can come and do tomorrow. I guess kids and adults. So they're really interested, right?
All ages.
Okay, so explain to us what we're going to be doing here.
So it's spin art, which is obviously, as you said, very fun. But the message is about safety, right? We want kids to be on bikes, to wear helmets, to be safe. We want to watch out for pedestrians and bicyclists. It obviously is a significant issue. People do it for their health. They want to get out and enjoy great weather when we have it, but also some people just do that to get to work or to school, and so we need to look out for each other.
Yeah, exactly. So why don't we show people how this works?
Sounds great.
I'm gonna hop on this bike here.
All right.
Okay, carefully in a skirt, which not recommended if you plan to do this tomorrow, right? But we'll do it anyways, and we'll be safe. Okay.
Before you get going, do you always wear a helmet when you ride your bike?
Of course.
Why?
Because my head's important too, and you never know if you're gonna fall, right?
There you go.
And other drivers, you don't know what they're gonna do.
Exactly. So what I need you to do is just gently spin the bike, and then I'll add the colors in.
Is that too fast?
That is perfect.
Okay. Ooh, that's pretty cool. And Chrissy, while we're doing this, also this weekend, there's other tips too. Ooh, I can spin it up a little.
Yep.
There's other tips too for people, especially this weekend. It's a big weekend, big game coming up on Sunday. Tips for drivers?
A lot going on. You're right. We all wish our Ravens were in the Super Bowl, but even though Super Bowl will go on, people will be enjoying the game. We just ask, please have a safe and sober ride home. Plan for that ahead of time. Enjoy the game, but do so in a safe way. Just like if you're out on that bicycle or pedestrian walking on the road, we want everybody to arrive home safely.
Of course, very important. And there is my finished masterpiece.
Looks
How did I
great.
do? Looks awesome. Ooh, I like my bright colors. If you want more information on coming out to the Be More Healthy Expo tomorrow, head to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. What do you guys think? Megan, Taylor, how'd I do?
I mean, a regular.
I think the kids will do
Picasso.
better.
I mean, it's beautiful. It looks stunning. You like it?
It looked better in motion.
Gotta
I
hang
loved
it
it in motion.
We want all of you at home to join us for the Be More Healthy Expo. It's happening tomorrow at the Baltimore Convention Center. The free event includes health screenings. We've got cooking and dance demonstrations, and of course, a chance for you to meet the FOX45 news personalities. Again, the Be More Healthy Expo runs tomorrow. It's February 10th from 10 a.m. through 4 p.m.
All right, let's go ahead and get a look at your forecast today. As we look ahead to this weekend, I'm curious to know if it's going to be nice when folks are coming to the Expo. I saw some rain, possibly.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers has been timing that window out.
Yeah, kind of scattered showers off and on throughout the morning into the afternoon. So you may get a little bit wet. We're not talking about a bunch of rain on Saturday, but we will have that cloud cover and very mild temperatures. We're not talking about a cold rain, so that's at least something. As we take a look at our weather headlines, still a little hazy out there, but that sun's breaking through. Don't you worry. Got about 20 degrees left to go before we hit our highs today. So we're in the lower 40s right now. Definitely a warmer afternoon ahead. Some of us will get to the upper 50s and even lower 60s, which is about 15 degrees above average for this time of year. We saw some showers earlier this morning on our HD radar, but mainly that is all done for now. In fact, as you see what's going on with our HD radar here, some showers in the mid-south down through parts of Tennessee. Could see some severe weather in that part of the country later today, but we're pretty much quiet here along the East Coast again. Now, this is our future scan. Notice those red arrows. That's that warmer air and that milder air coming into that 3, 4, and 5 o'clock hour. So really tracking nicely here. And then as we take you into tonight and over to tomorrow morning, some more clouds are going to roll in. This is what I was talking about. A couple of scattered light showers here and there. Models picking up on just a stray shower or two as we take you later into the afternoon and evening. But definitely that mild air will continue, and we keep those clouds around for Sunday as well. Taking a look at those temperatures in Annapolis, mid-40s next hour, and temps that will keep climbing to the lower 60s into that 1 and 2 o'clock hour for you. Even if you're doing some Friday afternoon or evening happy hour activities, getting ready for date night tonight, looking at those upper 50s here in that 5 p.m. hour. And even in the Eastern Shore, where you're a little cooler, mid to upper 50s, those numbers are still well above average, my friends, in Talbot County, out through Caroline County and Denton, 58 in Chestertown, 55 Bel Air, lower 60s for Baltimore, down through D.C. into Richmond, even mid-50s down to Ocean, but lower 60s in Cumberland for Western Maryland. Checking that temperature tracker, another day in the 60s tomorrow. I mean, I'll take it. Hopefully you will too, with numbers that will hang out in the 50s all the way through early next week. And even on Tuesday, when we get that colder air coming back in, we're still going to be in the upper 40s, which is still kind of right near or even slightly above average. I want to highlight what's going on Sunday late afternoon. Some of those showers will be to the south of Baltimore. Monday morning starts dry. This is the long range model, and this is the most recent model that is now coming into better agreement with other models. About midnight into early Tuesday morning, it's all rain. And then watch what happens early Tuesday morning. We get dynamically cooled in the atmosphere, so we get some of that rain to change over to snow. So along the Mason-Dixon line is where we'll have the best chance of a few flakes flying by about 7, 8 o'clock Tuesday morning. And other areas may see some wet snowflakes as well, even through about noon, but we're not looking at a big accumulating snow. The ground will just be too warm for that to happen. So flakes flying is about it that we'll see for next week. And then Wednesday and Thursday were a lot drier, with temperatures back toward above average categories.
All right, let's go ahead and check your Len Stoller traffic network. We are tracking a multiple car crash at the Harbor Tunnel. You can see how far it backs up here. We know at least one northbound lane is closed, so make sure you add a little bit of extra time to your commute this morning.
Here is a live look now from our Len Stoller mobile track. It's in the area of Catonsville, traveling on 695, heading towards Randallstown, and you can see some brake lights there in the distance, but moving. Good news there.
Truly marvelous. Once again, we're seeing how football fans are reacting to Lamar Jackson winning his second MVP award.
And in our next half hour, a pup looking for a home and a family to love. Oh my goodness, we're going to meet the Maryland SPCA's Pet of the Week. Look at those eyes. It's 9:21 now on Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined. The road to the big game is sponsored by Royal Farms.
He led his team to the best record and top seed in the AFC, a conference championship game. Now he's once again the best player in the NFL.
We knew it was going to happen. For the second time, Lamar Jackson has been named the most valuable player. We've got Mark Clark joining us live in studio with the reaction from fans of the flock, and it happened. Mark, it happened.
That's right, marvelous indeed. Last night, the biggest awards in football were handed out, and Baltimore's own quarterback brought home some silverware. Jackson was chosen for the league's highest individual honor over 4 other worthy candidates, including 2 who are playing this Sunday for a championship. But after helping the flock to their first conference championship game in over a decade, voters chose Jackson as the most worthy candidate, okay? Now, here's what football fans are saying about it. Look at this. Thankful to be alive at the same time as Lamar Jackson. That's what I'm talking about. I think we all feel that way. Maria Brendan 11 says he's truly on fire this season. Lamar Jackson is unstoppable.
I want to thank my organization, Baltimore Ravens, for, finally getting this deal done. Shout out to Eric, shout out to Steve, Coach Harbaugh, the whole unit. My offense, man, my offensive line, man, I can't thank them enough for what they've done. I'm not out there blocking, catching the ball, doing everything, it's my team, it's a team thing, for these awards. And, I want to thank my family at home.
Lamar with wait a minute, the GQ, Lamar with the glasses, the outfit. Wait, good job, my friend. He threw for a ton of yards and he had a great season, guys. So we're all excited. I think we all breathed a sigh of relief because it was so hyped up that he was going to win that it was like we were a little bit concerned, right? Like,
You think it's going to happen, but you think, are we biased? Are we seeing just, through the purple glasses? But that was clearly well.
It's interesting, too, because his stats were, when he won the MVP before, were kind of a little bit better. I mean, not with the total yards, but, I mean, he had more touchdowns, he had more rushing yards. So, but he's more of a passer now.
You read my mind. He plays a little bit smarter now. Instead of putting his body in harm's way, he's using the team like he mentioned.
And apparently, some guy just yelled in my ear. He said that he's the first player to win a Heisman and an MVP, which that surprises me. That surprises me.
As I immediately go to Google.
Okay.
And I think coming down the stretch, he had key plays that reminded everybody how remarkable he was, almost like a video game, and so I think that really helped.
Also, Mark, too, I mean, they announced the Hall of Fame class, and Devin Hester played for the Ravens. I mean, he was a Bear, but he also played for the Ravens. Yeah. He's going to be announced as the Hall of Fame, or he's going to be in the Hall of Fame this upcoming year.
Well, we're just on the map, aren't we?
So, Marcus Allen, just to make sure we get this right, he had a Heisman Trophy and Super Bowl MVP.
Oh, multiple MVPs. That's what he's telling me in my ear.
Multiple MVPs.
See?
So Heisman and multiple
Heisman and multiple MVPs.
Right.
I knew that wasn't right with just the one.
Wanted to hold you accountable.
I like that. Maybe trying to shut you down.
The guy's yelling in my ear. It's not me.
Hold our producers accountable.
Wow.
I can't win.
Thanks, Mark. He does it all on and off the stage. In our next half hour, we discuss a comedian's unusual road to the big time.
Lutherville residents are frustrated over a plan to redevelop some abandoned areas. Coming up next, find out why those residents have concerns with the plans. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Welcome back to Good Day Baltimore on a Friday, February 9th. I'm Megan Gillen.
I'm Tom Rogers. If you're just heading into work now, first off, I'm jealous because you probably didn't have to wake up until not long ago. But it looks like it's going to be a good time to head into work. And then when you're leaving work, shorts.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers has been telling us about today.
We're leaving work in just a little bit, so that's
I don't want to brag, but yeah.
What's the new? Do you guys notice your new logo behind you? Is that new?
Good Day Baltimore?
No,
I think it's
different.
It is. It's just all blued out, but yeah. It doesn't have the. It doesn't have the weird lines going through.
I like it. I like it.
The sun looks brighter.
Basically, you pointed out a glitch that is not supposed to happen.
No, Coach said he fixed it. He said
this is it.
Yeah, that's the new one. Yeah,
it's cleaner.
Beautiful.
It's cleaner.
It's crisp.
Good job,
It's like
Coach.
the day today, the sun is shining brightly all of a sudden.
Yeah,
that's right. Just like that.
So now look at your old graphic behind you.
We need to
It's like
get
the other
using it.
side. Looks
That
dated.
one looks good.
Let's take a look outside and see what's going on here on our forecast here. Otherwise, we'll just continue to talk until 10. Our Towson camera right now, we do have a few clouds hanging around, but the sun is breaking out, and we're seeing low to mid 40s. Our temps, Cockeysville and Hunt Valley, 43 in Baltimore City, 42 Brooklyn Park down through Glen Burnie and Pasadena, and 44 in the Dundalk. Hey, everybody, here's your yard and gardening cast, because some of those things are starting to creep up through the ground, especially when our temps are in the upper 50s and lower 60s. And so that's what we're looking at today. And tomorrow in the mid 60s, some rain that's going to roll in at least for part of Saturday and Sunday, too. A little bit cooler Sunday afternoon. We'll talk about what we can expect early next week and if it shifts us back into winter. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network. It's been busy for road crews out there this morning. We are tracking now an accident at Harbor Tunnel that has closed one northbound lane. So one of the tubes shut down there. Is slow crawl getting by at the moment. You can see that in the, well, it's a dirty camera lens over there on the bottom left right there. But you can see they're just barely moving here. Everybody else seems to be moving on just fine.
Baltimore County residents are up in arms over a plan to redevelop some abandoned areas in Lutherville. Olivia Dance joining us live with why they say county leaders are going through with the plan without looking at factors like overcrowded schools. Olivia.
Yeah, Megan, you mentioned it. Overcrowded schools are a big concern for many residents in Lutherville, and now a large apartment complex proposal could just increase enrollment.
There are students in trailers and they don't have enough teachers. The facilities themselves are failing.
Now, based on this Baltimore County Public Schools survey, Lutherville Laboratories enrollment is sitting at 104%. Not far from Lutherville Station, Hampton Elementary is sitting at 117%, and then Timonium Elementary 124%. And now there's a possible influx of people to the area from the proposed apartment complex in Lutherville Station. In a statement, a spokesperson for Lutherville Station says the project would still need approval through the county's full development plan process, but they say they welcome dialogue to address any issues. All of this, though, is part of the discussion as Baltimore County leaders discuss the future of redevelopment with the master plan and Bill 324, which is legislation to rezone certain abandoned and dilapidated commercial hubs. Of course, you can read statements on this from both the Baltimore County executive spokesperson and a spokesperson for Lutherville Station on our website, foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
This Fox 45 news segment is sponsored by Colgate Bright Smiles, Bright Futures.
We're looking ahead to tomorrow and the Be More Healthy Expo.
While there will be plenty of resources available for parents, Colgate will be working to discuss the importance of good oral health for children. We have meteorologist Amy Aronson joining us from our Be More Mini Expo with more.
We are wrapping up our mini expo, getting us ready for the Be More Healthy Expo tomorrow by talking about teeth. You can see where we are. We're on the Colgate Bright Smiles, Bright Futures truck right now. I'm here with Anika Ford's Grant, and you were telling us what you guys do on this little van when people come visit you.
We have so much fun when we are on this van, and yes, we do get little people that come on this van. So we provide dental education as well as oral health screenings for children 12 and under. We go through brushing, so we show them how to properly brush their teeth.
Stuff, very important.
And we also go through flossing, especially for those teeth that touch each other.
Oh yeah, can't have that.
And we have so much fun. We have a little selfie.
I love that.
So we make it a very fun activity for them when they come on the van, make it very akin as if they're going to a dental office.
That's cool.
Kind of eliminate the fear and bring some fun positivity on it. Exactly. And this program has been around since 1991.
That's awesome.
We've served globally 1.7 billion children and their families. And this van lives in the Maryland area, but it travels around the DC, Virginia area, just making sure that we are able to provide the dental screenings and the oral health education to children and their families.
Okay, awesome. And people can find this van tomorrow at the Be More Healthy Expo?
They can. Super excited. Can't wait to see everybody.
Okay, awesome. Well, we look forward to it. Look for the van. You won't be able to miss it tomorrow. If you want more information right now on everything happening, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
All right, Amy, thank you. And we hope you join us for the Be More Healthy Expo tomorrow at the Baltimore Convention Center. It's a free event. It includes health screenings, cooking, dance demonstrations, and a chance to meet your favorite Fox 45 news personalities. Again, the Be More Healthy Expo runs tomorrow, February 10th from 10 a.m. through 4 p.m.
Well, this pup looks like she'll show you lots of love this Valentine's Day, especially if you give her some treats. Looks like somebody's been giving her some love, where you can adopt from the Maryland SPCA Pet of the Week.
And we are looking ahead to the weekend warm-up. Meteorologist Justin Chambers has a look at how warm it's going to feel when you step out the door tomorrow. 9:36 now on Good Day Baltimore.
(9:39) Activists are able to change our language and the words that we use in real time like never before to accomplish political or social goals.
On this week's Full Measure, Cheryl Atkinson looks at how they do it. She's joining us now with a preview for her Sunday story. Cheryl, good morning.
Good morning. We dug in to try to find out why and how terms commonly used in the media are changed and redefined, and we ended up with a fascinating story. In part, activists have figured out how to lobby popular dictionaries in order to align words with their chosen definitions to accomplish political or social goals. A perfect example, illegal immigration in a very short period of time became migrant without explanation. You might be interested to hear Sunday exactly how that happened. And you might be surprised to hear that the dictionaries themselves say they understand that they're frequently being lobbied by small groups or fringe groups, and they say they would like to hear more from the rest of us. That's our cover story.
Cheryl, with all of the terrorism committed by Iran-backed Islamic extremist groups in the Middle East recently, we know Full Measure is looking at where the U.S. stands on enforcing sanctions against Iran. What can you tell us about that?
Well, this is a problem that all recent presidents and administrations have had to deal with, how to grapple with the world's largest state sponsor of terrorism, the Muslim nation of Iran, which has declared Israel, the United States, and the entire West to be its mortal enemies. We're going to review the long history of sanctions the U.S. has imposed to try to stop Iran from getting nuclear capabilities and also to try to keep it from funding so much terrorism. And we'll speak with an expert about why that doesn't seem to be working.
Cheryl Atkinson, great stories this Sunday. Thank you so much for giving us a little bit of what you're covering.
Thanks.
You can watch Full Measure with Cheryl Atkinson right here on Fox 45. It airs Sunday morning at 10 and then again Sunday night at 11. And for a behind-the-scenes look at Cheryl's stories and investigations, just look up the podcast Full Measure After Hours, wherever you listen to your podcasts. Well, he's a jack of all trades on and off the stage. In fact, I think we may be getting him mic'd up here. After the break, we speak with the comedian about his not-so-normal path to the microphone. And after Sunday, we'll be trading in the gridiron for the diamond. Meteorologist Justin Chambers has his full weekend forecast and the countdown to the Orioles' opening day. 9:41, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. 9:44, it's a season of love, and no member of any family shows more unconditional love than the family pet. In fact, joining us for this week's Pet of the Week, Katie Haynes from the Maryland SPCA. And Katie, my goodness, I mean, she's just so calm.
Yes.
And so who is this?
Yeah, this is Cree. We're really, really excited to bring her on TV today because she's been waiting to be available for quite some time. She is 9.5 years old. With that comes a little bit of a medical diet. You know, she needs special food, but we know that she is great with kids, she's great with dogs, she's great with cats, and she's house trained.
Oh my goodness, yeah, great with everybody. I mean, just calm and cool right now. She's just hanging out. When we hit that age, Cree, we all put on diets. I know, I'm on the lettuce diet now myself. Yeah,
Yes.
so this is just one dog that you have, and of course, Cree is available for adoption today.
Cree is available today. She's also going to be at our adoption event at Pimlico Racecourse tomorrow. So you
Big
can,
event.
Yeah, come out and meet her between 10 and 2 p.m. at that event. 10 and 3, sorry.
10 and 3, yeah. And what's the best part about that event?
It's great. Adoption fees are all waived. So
Yeah, that's incredible. You excited about that, Cree?
yes,
Huh?
we are really excited.
Chill.
She's just ready to go. Definitely going to be a big lap dog, big couch dog. Energy level's pretty low, and she's ready to go home.
So you need a Valentine friend, and you just want to hang out with somebody and just
Yeah.
kind of relax. Cree is your girl right there,
Oh,
especially
yeah.
if you have a pocket full of treats. It looks like somebody's been hooking her with some treats in here a little bit, but yeah, for somebody that's going to be going out, like I need some dog that's going to go out and start running marathons with me, maybe not Cree, but if you want to watch the football game together and maybe kind of lick up some plates together later on, you've got that no issue whatsoever.
Yes, she is definitely your gal for that.
Okay, and now right now, SPCA, how many pets? And for anybody that's just tuning in right now, they may not know it, but where the SPCA is located in case you want to go today at 1 o'clock.
So we're at 3300 Falls Road.
Yeah.
We do have quite a few available dogs for adoption. We're trying to get these guys adopted. The more we get out adopted, the more we can save. So
There you go. Katie Haynes said it right there. Look at that, Cree. You see yourself? No, she doesn't see herself yet, but she smells the food here. So now let's find out exactly, is it a good dog walking afternoon? Apparently it is. It's just maybe tomorrow morning may be the issue, right, Justin?
Yeah, a few showers here and there, Tom. Not going to be talking about a lot of rain on Saturday, but overall, those numbers are going to be well above average. So even if we do get some rain, or that rain that we do see, it's going to be more of the mild variety, not that cold rain that we've been seeing for the winter time. 48 days out until opening day. It is the second, it's the last Thursday in March, essentially. That's when we're going to see opening day here at Camden Yards. And pitchers and catchers report next week. So we're getting excited to shift out of football mode after the Super Bowl and talk about baseball here for your Baltimore Orioles. So watching some showers develop in the Mid-South right now through Nashville and back into Memphis, seeing some lightning strikes there. That's where we could see some severe weather later today. But for us, we're staying dry. In fact, you look at our hourly future scan later this afternoon, we expect more of that cloud cover to erode, and the mild temperatures, those red arrows indicating just how much milder air is working into the area. We keep the clouds around through this afternoon into the evening time that will roll in overnight. And then tomorrow, these are some of the showers. So possibly a couple of sprinkles as you're heading out to the Health Expo. And then by the time we get into tomorrow afternoon, a few more of those scattered sprinkles here and there before all of that rain does move out of there. Hank the Bird, good morning, Hank. Yeah, he's ready to go for a Friday on your Bird is a Wordcast. Mid-50s through noontime, upper 50s and into the lower 60s for that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. And look at these numbers across Carroll and Baltimore counties, well above average. Typically 45 is where we are this time of year. Nowhere near that number for today. Even in Hartford and Cecil counties, you're a little cooler, but in the mid-50s, still looking pretty dang good. And up and down the 95 corridor, 50s and 60s for Philly and Baltimore, down through D.C., 63 Richmond, Cumberland, 63 in Roanoke. I mean, obviously, we're seeing some nice temperatures, and we're going to keep that trend going tomorrow, 64. But Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, we start that gradual cool down as we head toward the early part of next week. And that next weather maker is looking a little bit more interesting. We'll keep our eyes on that. But the first one is the rain that's coming through tomorrow and tomorrow night. And then Sunday, most of the rain should stay south of Baltimore, but it's still going to be kind of overcast. You'll have kind of the mist that will be with us through most of the morning into the afternoon. And then we're drier on Monday during the first part of the day. But Monday night into Tuesday morning, as this area of low pressure sets up, look at that. We've got the green and some of that blue that's trying to wrap in behind that. So overall, Tuesday morning into the midday, that's when some of that rain could change over to kind of a wet snow in some spots, especially around the Mason-Dixon. Not really looking for accumulation, because look at those temperatures. I mean, we're not dropping too much. Only 40 overnight Monday into Tuesday morning, and we'll be back to the upper 40s Tuesday afternoon with drier conditions later next week.
All right, Justin, thank you. Sitting next to me, an Emmy and Peabody award-winning comedian,
Where?
a regular contributor. This list goes on here.
I want to thank the Academy.
Let me give your intro. You're on with Stephen Colbert. You're headlining a sold-out show tonight at Ram's Head.
Yep.
On stage in Annapolis. We have the one and only comedian Paul Mercurio joining us live in studio. How often do you perform here in Baltimore? I mean, we see you everywhere.
I haven't been back in a few years. I did stand up at one of the clubs here a few years ago, but because of COVID and everything, now I'm back. Rams has sold out.
Yeah, usually we bring people on and think, oh, you know, we'll give you a shout out.
I'm huge, everybody. I'm huge now.
Are. Well, you know, you start doing deals with Paul McCarthy and things change. You've got a podcast with him, right?
Yeah, I'm going to probably be telling this story at Rams Head. So I like to talk one-on-one with people, long-form interviews. So he was on the Colbert Show, and he had just finished rehearsal. I was running to get to the studio to film something, and I round the corner, and standing in the hallway all alone is Paul McCartney.
The one and only.
Yeah, and if I'm going to stand up just for the director. And he's just standing like this, just like chewing gum, looking up at the ceiling like he's waiting for a bus, like this, all alone in the hallway. And then I see him, and my whole world slows down. I'm like, oh my God, it's Paul McCartney. Should I say hi? Should I say hi? I'm like, it's Paul McCartney. I'm going to say hi.
Yeah.
Right? So I go over, nice to meet you, honor, excited, blah, 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 and I leave. He goes, wait, come back. I'm like, what? What do you want? I'm busy. No. He goes, what's your name? I go, Paul. He goes, oh, Paul, that's a good name. I'm like, I'll do the jokes, buddy. Okay? No. So he goes, what do you do? I got to do stand-up. He goes, and we start talking, and we're chit-chatting in 5-10 minutes just about life. And I'm talking to him, and on the outside, I'm like, I'm talking to Paul, I'm like, smooth.
Right,
on the inside,
nailing
I'm
it.
I was like out of my mind. And as I'm talking to him, I'm getting closer and closer to his face. I'm checking him out because he's Paul McCartney. I was like this close to him.
He was
like that. I was so close. Like, do you ever see the chimps on the Discovery Channel where they clean fleas off their mates? I could have cleaned ticked off his eyebrows.
That's why he's doing a podcast with you, so you can have some space between you.
Exactly.
So what are you talking about on the podcast?
So, real quick, I go, as we're talking, I go, would you do my podcast? He goes, yeah, sure, just like that. I'm like, how would we do it? He goes, how would we do it? And I froze. I'm like, and I started like talking like that. And I go, I'll come to London. And he goes, we're in a room in New York together. Why would you come to London? And then he goes, is it easy to do? I go, oh yeah, it's really easy. I don't want to be a bother. You could do it on your phone, naked from your toilet. I'm like, what am I saying?
You went too far.
Yeah, exactly. So end of story. I go, I'll set it up with your assistant. He goes, no, you and I'll do it. I go, what do you mean? He goes, they're going to make it too complicated. Let's exchange phone numbers, but when I call you, you got to be ready to do it. He does the show. I'm rushing to get to the Daily Show. I was working at the time. My phone rings. I don't recognize the number. I let it ring to voicemail, and this is the message on my phone.
Oh boy, here we go.
Hi, Paul. It's Paul McCartney here. I'm going to ring you back in 5 minutes to do the podcast thing. I've got some time now.
Paul McCarthy on your phone. The rest is history. Now you've got a Broadway show that you're hoping to bring to Baltimore here soon. Hopefully we can see you back in Baltimore for more tickets for that show.
It's going to be at the Maryland House in the fall, and Frank Oz is directing it. And it's a really cool show where I bring people on stage. They tell stories from their lives, and we got clips on my YouTube channel and all of that. There's Frank, my buddy Frank, right there.
We're glad to have this Paul here in studio. Thank you. Have fun in Baltimore this weekend. In Annapolis, actually.
Absolutely.
We'll be back with the 10-day forecast.
Well, here's a look at your 10-day forecast, and you can see some 60s here for today and tomorrow. And even on Sunday, with those clouds hanging around, we'll still be in the mid-50s. We are tracking some of those rain showers as we get into tomorrow morning, kind of into the afternoon, just very, spotty at best, and a few more showers possible Sunday. Now, that next weather maker, that's the interesting one. It's late Monday into Tuesday morning, so that's going to make Tuesday's commute probably a little slushy potentially for some, but it is not looking like a big winter storm. Most of the models are coming in with better agreement that we're not talking about even a weather alert day at this point for Tuesday morning, but something kind of nuisance or
and then
whatever.
it heats up on Valentine's Day again.
Ooh,
yeah, right to
heating
51
up.
on Valentine's Day. You're exactly right. Yeah, so not too bad. That's Ash Wednesday too, if you observe that.
Nice. Well, we hope to see all of you tomorrow at the Baltimore Convention Center.
You're going to be there?
Yep.
Where are you?
I'm at 9:30.
You're opening it up.
Opening ribbon cutting.
Nice.
Okay.
All right.
What
Where
are
are you? I'm at cooking stage.
I'm at the dance stage.
Dance stage? I used to do the dance stage.
It's gonna
Look at that.
Taylor dancing. You gotta stop by for that.
It's going to be fun.
Have a great one, everybody.